This is a special call meeting. Today is April the 16th. The time is 8:30. I want to welcome you all to this meeting and excited to see and hear from lots of staff today. And Mr. City Manager, you want to make some opening comments? Or?
No, I'm going to just sit here and listen with us.
Wow.
I've not seen all the previews. I've seen some of them.
Okay, sounds good. So Ms. Leah, Ms. Compton, you're up.
Good morning. So I'm going to do a quick overview of the finance department in general, what I've been working on, what I want to work on next year. And then I'm going to take a few minutes to talk about the budget survey that we did, the results that we got back. So we do have just kind of an analysis that Melanie put together of the results, and the full results will be available, because there are a lot of people's comments, things like that, but there were way too many to cover in any single day presentation. So that being said, just for, a reminder to you all, since you aren't, working in the finance department every day, and to the public, what we do. We are responsible for all accounts payable and receivable within the city. We monitor cash flow, custody of funds, debt administration, financial reporting, our annual audit, just all accounting activity for the city. Any grant inflow and outflow, managing city investments. We register all businesses in the city with business license. We collect insurance premium tax, among other things that we get done every day. So what have we been doing in the last year? A significant portion of the year was taken up with our software conversion at the end of last fiscal year that combined our utility system with our finance system. And I've said multiple times, never can we go back to two separate systems that don't integrate. Just the activity and the tracking of it is much better with the combined system. We updated our purchasing policy and procedures back in right around December to align better with state limits, and just as an update to match what we currently do in practice versus a policy that had been several years outdated. In 2023 calendar year, we issued 452 new business licenses. As of March, the end of March of this year, we've issued 91 new business licenses. We processed 800 plus insurance premium returns, which is over 545 insurance carriers. So what are we planning to do? So one of my big priorities for next year is to get a upgraded business license software. So currently our software, in quotation marks, that we use for business license is a database that is, it's very limited in functionality, and it's only accessible from one computer in the city. IT, pulls their hair out almost at least once a month over issues with it. It's very hard to pull any kind of reporting out of it. It's just not functional. It's just kind of been what we've had for many, many years. So we would like to find a software that has true reporting capabilities. There might be possibilities to make it a little bit less of a manual process, to interface maybe the application with some of the payment stuff. They can pay for business license online. We did implement that in the last year, and they can submit that via email, but they're still submitting a PDF document to us that we're then manually inputting into a different system. So hopefully there's a little bit of efficiencies there.
Let me interrupt you there real quick. If you don't mind, I want to plant this seed to the commission. There's been some questions to us. A big part of economic development initiatives is business retention and expansion. The retention side, we have been asked many times with some of our economic development folks, what businesses are here. Upgrading the software, as if that happens, deciding on a restructured license format will help that process. Currently, we don't have a real good ability to determine which businesses are active each year. We can identify those that have had licenses and that get those, but really understanding the activity within our economy here is difficult. And so there is, although it might be more cumbersome for the businesses, we've talked about that before. One of the reasons we switched to the way our license currently formatted is to simplify. Our businesses come in, they get a license, they have it, they file net profits. The idea of making that an annual filing, then although it would be a minimal fee, you would have to, in order to process it, you would have to go back to, some small nominal fee to handle it on an annual basis. There is an argument to be made that helps with economic development, even though it could be counterintuitive in that, because you're asking your business to file a license every year. So think about that, and we'll bring that back up sometime in the future. But that is a question that's been asked to us, and it will probably come up in the context of dealing with the software somewhere down the road.
Yeah, and just to put a little more context on that, right, the database that we have, when you pull out the data into one form rather than looking at each individual business, you get essentially a spreadsheet of about 10 to 12,000 lines long that was a business at one point in time. Maybe they've been closed, maybe they've, maybe they're still active. Especially in the last probably 7 or 8 years, we've done a lot better job of making sure that gets updated, but there's a lot of outdated stuff, and it is hard to know who is active based on our records. So I do think a comprehensive actual software will help with that. My other big focus this year is going to be some continued trainings. Just getting staff into their, kind of their respective areas to get more knowledge. COLA is the Kentucky Occupational Licensing Association. Even though we don't process net profits and payroll returns, we get a significant number of questions about it. The spelling? Listen, I check spell check. Which one is off? Training. Well, that was a test, and Kevin passed. Other 3 have failed. It was Melanie. She did the PowerPoint. I'm kidding. This one was all me.
It worked, Leah.
I won't tell you guys which elementary school I went to, but
This is one of those I didn't look at in front.
Yeah, it worked. It's fine.
I got it right later in the text box.
Yes.
That's all that matters, right? I do numbers. I don't write things. So yeah, we're trying to get out into those state level associations and to get some staff out there as well, just so that they can answer questions, or a well-trained staff is more easily able to detect errors or to problem solve when they know about what they're doing. And then myself, I'll be going later this year to the National GFOA Conference, which is the Government Finance Officers Association. They have a lot of really good trainings for just changes in accounting standards. Those are updated every year, and you really need the experts to kind of walk through exactly what it is and how it applies to us.
Where's that?
That one's in Orlando. So I'm officially, I've been approved to go verbally down the road. But I'm going to tack my vacation on to that just because my mom lives down there. So it'll be a,
Is that the one we're going to go together?
yes, she would love to have you. She loves company.
Orlando.
So that's just kind of as a where we are, and business license will be my big implementation for next year.
Wow, that'd be good.
But overall, that's really where I'm at. But we wanted to go into our budget survey that we issued. And then we sent out business license in our water bills. We made it available online as well. They could pick up a physical copy here at City Hall. Melanie posted it on Facebook several times. I think we immediately learned a lot about how to phrase certain questions. Just when asking for a hypothetical, we need to be a little bit more clear that it is a hypothetical. Overall, we had a really good response. So this was our, about the survey, our goals to understand community priorities, to allow staff, or to allow residents to share their questions or concerns, and suggestions. I think it's important to get their feedback. And so that we as staff can understand what programs and services maybe need more education, maybe need areas that we need to pay more attention to, and which may or may not affect our budget. And then, so surveys were mailed with utility bills online and at City Hall. We sent them out in February. We accepted them up until March 15th. We did have to put a deadline on it so that we could get those all compiled. We received 355 responses from City of Danville residents. So who responded? We've broken out by age, educational attainment, and employment. Age-wise, the largest group of respondents were between 65 and 74. Low on the 18 to 24 group, a good amount above 85. Your next largest group was 75 to 84, and then 55 to 64. So it does skew toward the close to retired and retired population. Your level of education attainment, respondents were heavily graduate degrees, also heavily bachelor's, and then high school diplomas. And then your employment status were heavily retired, and then full-time, and then a few were self-employed. We didn't get any students. So that's probably a function of how we sent the surveys out. 90% of the students likely don't have a water bill for it to come in the mail. Students at Center may or may not be following us on social media. But they also may be eligible to vote in our local election, so that's a population that we do have to consider. So for next year, ideally would like to at least send a survey out every year, whether we, depending on how many responses we get or not. But that'll be, somehow we can reach out to students at Center College, at BCTC, but also maybe some of them consider themselves as part-time or full-time student or full-time employed rather than just students. So overall, though, I feel really happy with our response rate, considering this is our first attempt. And we also Melanie graphed where respondents were from. I love this graphic. Ton of residents on Walnut Street. We had 5+ respondents from Apache Trail, Colonial Way, Cloverdale, East Main, Lisa Avenue, Locust, Majestic Prince, Man of War, Old Lexington Road, Silverbrook, West Lexington Avenue, Ghost Pike. We did not identify the specific address. Even if some folks included their specific address, we didn't retain that. That's really not the purpose of the survey, is knowing exactly who said what. the longest resident in the city, 87 years. The average was 29 years, with a few that were, within a few months of moving to the city. So I do feel like we got a good spread of locations city-wise, and age range, or age range and residency within the city. So then we also have ranked, we asked folks to rank what service was most important to them. I think not a ton of surprises in the top 5. Public safety, your water, garbage and recycling, wastewater, street maintenance. It was a little surprising about some of the bottom 5, snow removal, your stormwater program. That could be a function that people just don't know what the stormwater program is and does. Your parks, your park programs, and leaf collection was the absolute last on everybody's list. So
That's different.
we've just spread out how we look at what was ranked the most important to you by individual category, and the highlighted total shows what rank it received most commonly. Police and fire was number 1. Drinking water was also, they received a lot of, that was their highest priority. Your garbage and recycling at, most ranked at 4, wastewater at 3, street maintenance at 4, your snow removal at 7, also stormwater at 7, your parks land at 9, your parks program at 10, and then leaf collection at 10. So that was which each category, where they were ranked at most frequently.
That's really neat.
Melanie did a fantastic job. She really coordinated this, and I can't thank her enough, because I didn't, other than helping with looking at the questionnaire and helping build it and just reviewing the results, she really led the charge on this, and I appreciate her beyond all belief for that.
Well, and the top 5 really fit the top 5 demographic groups that you reported to.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I would have ranked those top 5 as very important to the other members of
To the commission,
you know,
yeah.
Not myself, but the rest of them. This is the 55 and older, right?
I mean, maybe the parks, maybe it was
I was a
because-
little surprised at parks, just
Yeah.
because where it ranked, but when comparatively, right, if you're ranking it next to your drinking water or,
Right,
your
no,
police and
I
fire
get it, yeah.
services, it is gonna fall to the,
Yeah.
Yeah,
below those necessary, important functions.
right.
And the age group that would have, well, this is a stereotypical statement, the age group that would have the most children involved in Parks and Rec.
Didn't,
were
They
not-
did, that is true. There
Didn't
was
have, Didn't represent well in their,
it did not, not as well as we could have hoped.
yeah.
that's what I was told Kevin. I mean, maybe even at the parks, if you wanted more, maybe we could do like a QR code and have it on a board or something out
Absolutely.
there during the, me
Absolutely.
and that QR code, or, or papers or something to hand out.
I think part of this too is when you're asking somebody that already lives here, they're worried about, they're just worried about a different service.
Yeah. that's
You know, when you're getting someone, if you bring someone in from out of town and that's visiting, and if you host them, they talk about, man, you got the best parks here. This, they don't know anything about, they're not concerned with, they're looking at the environment versus receiving that monthly service of some kind. I think that for some reason, I think that plays into this ranking.
Yeah.
So we did a very loose cost estimate of what the programs would cost over the last 5 years. And this will be included with the published survey results when Melanie gets those out there on our website. Just to kind of rank where dollars are spent, I I don't know if affirm is the right word, but to confirm or affirm that we do put dollars to some of those priorities, right? We don't spend $5 million a year on leaf collection and snow removal and half that on police and fire. So we do in some ways allocate money in correlation with the way items were ranked already. Now, people may agree or disagree with that correlation, but that is what we currently do. I will say the snow removal and the leaf collection are very loose estimates because those are hard to define because the majority of that is manpower, right? And we don't necessarily track exactly how many hours were utilized in leaf collection year over year.
So that's a great chart, though, really.
So we did ask several questions in the survey. One of the questions which we learned we need to better phrase so that they do realize this is a hypothetical. So if the increased cost of goods, service, and labor purchased by the city was straining the budget, how would you like to see the city react? Reduce services, increase user fees, increase taxes, or draw from reserves? I don't really think most of the answers were surprising, but it was nice to see where the spread, it was a lot closer than some, I would think. Reduced services was split pretty closely at 47.53%. Increased user fees was a little bit higher toward the no category. Increased taxes was a very definitive no. And then draw from reserves was about 50-50. Most commonly suggested to reduce leaf collection, garbage collection, or reduce the frequency, reduce park programs, reduce beautification. The most common services they would be willing to increase user fees on were drinking water, fire and police services, trash services, parks and recreation. And then the most common services they would be willing to supplement funding through tax increases were drinking water, fire, police, street maintenance.
You didn't share that chart with us.
Yeah, we didn't get that slide.
It's a few down. You gotta
Yeah.
keep going about 5 more down.
You guys got the full version that will be available on the website. We didn't want to go through all the comments today because we felt like that would take up all day. But we will have those available for
There
the
it is, yeah.
public to view and
Right.
see.
Number 22.
Yeah. So you guys got the detail.
Okay.
But I didn't necessarily want to go through all those today. I think we did learn quite a bit on the survey, right? We learned that a lot of people don't know the difference between city taxes and school taxes. We learned that some people don't know that the water service isn't paid for by taxes or vice versa, that city functions that aren't related to water and sewer are paid for directly by water and sewer and not by taxes. So there's a couple things that Melanie has thought of to better educate what we are able to do and not do. For instance, this was one of the frequent comments, was to combine the school systems. We have no authority to do that. Whether it's a good idea or not, I won't speak to, because we can't do that even if we wanted to.
Yeah.
I think she also has compiled a list of FAQs, like answers in response to some of those frequent comments, just to, well, this is how the city calculates property taxes on the city's behalf, and here is where you can find information on the school tax, which is separate. So some things like that to help better illustrate what we do and don't do. And some of the comments will just live as comments in perpetuity, because they don't necessarily need a response.
Yeah.
So, do you all have any questions?
I guess my only question is, what do you need, or what are you looking for this year?
So for me,
Just the software.
just software. Cost-wise, that'll go into the capital budget once we get there, just because based on what I know of similar softwares, how much it costs and implementation costs. you're probably looking at about $20,000 for the setup, and it'll be an annual service somewhere between, I would say, 7.5 to 15,000, depending on the type of software you get, its functionality, et cetera. So it'll be an increased cost. I do think, as Earl was talking, we may need to review how we process registrations and how frequently we have people update those, and if that changed the cost of it. But that's really the focus for this year, and I kind of want another good year of settling in with our new software and before we make any other big changes.
How is that? You like that software? Is it working
So
well?
I like it. I'll give it a minus.
Okay.
Compared to the previous software, it's 100 times better. There are some things that, like, I've learned since using it that are a little bit more tricky. The reporting, I'm still not 100% great on. There's a few things that I'm working to figure out. But the cloud-based version of it, like, I can pull up everything that they're doing right now and look at it. The accounts payable side, which I'm sure you'll remember from working, normally used to, if you needed to look at an old invoice, you had to send somebody to a file, sometimes in the basement. Well, I can pull it up and look at a copy of it as we're sitting here. The interconnectedness with water is so important. Like, I know that we say that, but the amount of activity that happens in water every single day, just to open a deposit, like to put a deposit on a water service, requires 3 or 4 journal entries to your accounting ledger. And we were only really doing a summary of that before. We were doing a daily summary. But now you have that individual back and forth transaction level, and it is extremely valuable. So I'm very, very happy with all of that.
Take care of that one step farther. Would you give an update on the schedule for the audit real quick for them?
Oh, yeah, of course. So we did update new auditors. The Cherry Beckert. So we had a audit touch base meeting, kind of a kickoff meeting on the 8th of this month. So they have got a few staff working on it electronically, so they have a really robust electronic portal. And currently we have scheduled, I think, the 22nd and the 25th. They've got a few more folks outsourced. Because they're much larger, right, they can pull in staff from a significant number of locations to pull it on. So they've got, within this next probably 30 days, a couple dates lined out where they have planned to have a few more staff jump in from other areas. And then sometime late this month, this is the 16th, so early next month maybe, they're planning to have some staff on site. So currently, their estimate is they will have everything wrapped up in a report in hand by the end of July, which is their original estimate. So far, they've been extremely helpful. They've already brought some things to my attention that which will probably come up at one of the next couple commission meetings. We have lease agreements with Enterprise, which is our fleet vehicles. We also have the parking garage leases. They are a very burdensome activity when it comes to accounting. There are a lot of lease amortization schedules, things like that we have to report on. And so they've given me a lead on how to make that less cumbersome, but it also reduces their time working on it audit-wise, so that reduces our costs audit-wise. So I'm very happy with them so far.
Yeah, they were a little cheaper. And so what Lee and I are learning is that they are more of a firm designed to do large-scale accounting practices, right? Versus a small shop firm with 2 accountants in there or 5 that then have support staff and they're trying to just organize their work. And it's very much a modern technique to the accounting practice. And I think ultimately, as things boil out over time, this will be a good transition. I think the audit will be a lot more, even to the extent practical, well, just say it like this, more efficient to get done. I think the price, will be stable where it's at, which is good for the city. It had seen a trend of rising. And I think their reporting will be at a improved level over what we've seen. And so that auditor, I'm excited about just because I can see Lee's pressure of being eased. Yeah.
Lee, on the I'm going back to software real quick.
Yeah.
You said an A minus, and maybe you touched on it, but how does it become an A? Is there things that can be done to it?
Partly it's so the accounting portion has some standard formatted reports. There's not a lot you can do with it other than change dates and change years. We have the analytics module, which is what we're doing our budgeting in this year, and it does have reporting capabilities. But I frankly just have not had time to go in and build these new reports. It functions differently, and management team can tell you, like, the little tricks to it are so minor that if you don't do something a certain way, you won't get the data that you think you're supposed to get. So it's not as intuitive to me as I thought it would be. So I'm still learning it, and I'm hoping that by this time next year, I can say fully that
So
whether I
it's-
like it or don't like it, I don't know yet.
Repetition helps in software. Engineering
Right.
firms
Yeah.
do not change versions of AutoCAD,
Yeah.
for example, still, if they can avoid it, because each one will send a tab just in a different column. And that can be really hard to relearn. I do think that use of it, which is what she's saying, the businesses that are highly dependent on software, that use really helps them become more efficient and like the package better, the software package better. So we'll withhold judgment, but I think I got high hopes
And
for it when
I
I've
think for
interacted with it.
management, it's they don't have to wait for me to run a report and send it to them. They can run their expense report and see where they're at in their budget for the year any time of the day, any day of the week at home. So they can run that. Those are very useful. There's several reports that are very useful. We can see a 5-year trend that's easily available. So there are a lot of useful things. Just the reporting that I would do independent of that like I want to eventually be giving to you guys more of an update more frequently. Right now, I've just not got it there, so it's really manual, and by the time I can get one done, it's almost out of date, right? So getting those tweaked is really what
It's the
what it
expected
is.
learning curve.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
so.
I thought I was so good I would get it like that, and it's taken me a little longer.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions for Ms. Compton? I see Nick has taken the seat. He's very ready to go. Mr. Warren.
Good morning. Nick Warren, I'm gonna present the IT. We have no staffing changes this year. We still have the director, network administrator, and 2 technicians. As you can see, we have a very experienced and knowledgeable staff. We're in a very good position staffing-wise with the knowledge and expertise we have. In the coming year, one of our projects is our network upgrades. We initially had this in this year's budget, and we had some items come up that we felt took priority this year, so we reallocated some of those funds to those projects. So we've got this back in for this year, mainly to introduce redundancy into our core network. This is where we have, multiple outbuildings. We have networks all throughout the city that tie back into here. This all goes through this core switch and router system, and right now, if something there goes down, it effectively knocks a good portion of the city out. Now, not entirely, but a portion of their services they use. So this year, we'd like to introduce redundancy into both of those systems so that we have failover in the event of an outage on one system, we've got another. This will be funded via just our operational budget. These are not large capital expenditures. Actually, I think with the new capital, one of them will go in there, but funding-wise, it's out of the operational budget. Additionally, we want to continue adding environmental monitoring into our sites. We have a lot of very expensive equipment in various places, and we currently have power monitoring and power backup, but we do not have temperature or humidity, which equipment does not like high temperature and high humidity, so getting monitoring in those sites is really important. We have a few sites that we do not have true power monitoring that we want to add this year. And then additionally, while we're there, we want to verify that we've got proper battery backup sizing on all of our primary sites. This additionally will just be funded out of our operational budget. These are relatively small expenditures for what they do. We started this year rolling out our unified communications platform. We are doing it in the 3 utilities locations, the 2 treatment plants, the meter shop, the new Public Works location, as well as we'll be moving to the Bundy Davis Center here soon. In the next year, we'll complete this at City Hall, Police Station, and the 2 fire stations. Once that's completed, we will begin implementing with the help of management team and other staff, what I'm calling the one-call system, where we quit having 15 different numbers you have to call. We have one number that can route you anywhere through the city without having to say, hang up and call this number or call back during this time. So it's one source of truth for a call that you call in, and we can route you anywhere you need to go based off some prompts you give. Budget impact for this is it's going to replace, it's more like to a cellular service where you don't pay for phone lines coming into your property and you don't pay for the equipment. You subsidize that cost over a period of time via the service. So this will replace all of our phone line costs that we have. We will retain our telephone numbers, but the monthly cost of the service there goes out. It's replaced on a per user cost basis, kind of like you do on a cell phone service or something like that. It additionally will eliminate our large capital expenditures we have about every 10 years for a phone system, which are quite large nowadays. So those will go away as well. You will have hardware that, like I say, we can buy out one time, or we can also subsidize it over, in other words, pay a couple dollars monthly, similar like what you do with your cell phone bill. And then our big thing for this year is going to be, we have to begin our Windows migration. Microsoft has announced that they will end of support Windows 10 on October 14th of 2025. Yeah, exactly. We have about 190 systems that we have to verify and migrate. Some of these already have Windows 11. A good portion have 11 licenses loaded, but they came with Windows 10, so we just need to do an upgrade on those. The remaining will be relicensed. There should not be any cost for that. Microsoft has a program that if you upgrade during their transition window, you can do it at no cost. We may have a couple of systems that are older that we may have to endure or incur a license cost on or replace some hardware, but it should be very minimal. The biggest cost factor for us will just be the labor. It's going to be very time intensive, and it just takes a long time to get through 190 systems. And I'm sure if anybody's ever upgraded their Windows before, in theory, it goes well, but you always have those times that it just doesn't, and you're having to fix things.
I've
So
not heard much good about 11. That's why I switched back to 10.
it's getting there.
Yeah.
Best I can say at this point, but we don't have a choice. You know,
Yeah.
it'll take every bit of a year to 15 months to convert all these systems, and at that point, we'll be, at that deadline. Worst case scenario, we can pay for additional support, but it's very costly. So I'd rather have them all done, prior to that period.
Yeah.
That's all I've got. And answer any questions you have.
I guess my only question is on the unified communications, is it like, so it would be one phone?
So it's not really a phone system anymore.
Right.
It's all of your phones talk out to the internet. So anywhere you have internet, we can put a phone. Your phone does not have to be a physical phone on your desk anymore. It can be on your computer, it could be on your cell phone. You can use a combination of those three. It has video conferencing built in, has WebEx built in. You can do presence management with it. In other words, who's in or who's out. But it's not tied to a system. It's anywhere we have internet access, we can put a phone and get it into our cloud system.
Like a citizen would call into one number.
So a citizen would call into the 238-1200 number and would be presented with, and we don't know how that's going to lay out yet.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to, but essentially they would be presented with options. So police and fire hit this button, utilities hit this button, and then the departments can then decide how they want those calls to route in their area.
But it would go to them.
It would go to them, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Saves that putting you on hold time.
It saves that, and the
Right.
biggest thing I hate to hear is, well, we need to hang up and call this number.
Yeah.
I hate having to put that on our answer machines now. We really need to get to the point where we can do those in-house transfers that, it's anything we can do to simplify it.
And everything you have is like within your budget? I mean,
Yeah,
within the
we
budget?
have very little capital. Most of our big projects are actually funded out of the departments, and we assist with those. They're not actually our projects. So we maintain the core network infrastructure out of our operating budget, and then a lot of the services that we have come out of our budget.
Any other questions for Mr. Warren?
And you're good on people?
We are, for now.
Okay.
And like I say, unless we have dramatic number increases elsewhere, yeah, we're pretty good shape. Like I say, we got a very knowledgeable and experienced department, and very confident in them.
Are you willing to reduce that? Is that a question? No. Thank you, sir. That was a good report. I was gonna ask Leah that question too. I didn't ask her that, right?
What is the question?
Are you willing to reduce staff by 5 members?
Am I willing to reduce staff?
No,
No. If you say I need to, I will, but I'll cry.
Yeah, that's no problem.
A brain scan,
Trying to fix my chair.
it's true.
You just,
Oh, my
that's the
Lord.
bad chair.
Here, my chair, I'll go out there and
That's
sit.
terrible.
You don't want this chair.
That's terrible, yeah.
There we go, I think I fixed it. Maybe a capacity issue.
We don't know.
Good morning,
Nah.
Doug Simpson, Danville Fire Department, Fire Chief.
Sir?
Morning. All right, Danville Fire description. We operate 2 stations, manned stations, 461 West Main Street, the new central fire station, and on the bypass, we have 101 Fireside Drive. Cover approximately 17.28 square miles of the city limits of Danville, and that's actually gone up, I think, to about 17.8 with the introduction of some of the land out towards the airport. And we have 3 platoons. We work 24 hours on and 48 hours off. That way the citizens can have 365 days of coverage, 24 hours a day. We have 31 full-time staff, 27 firefighters, chief, deputy chief, fire marshal, and executive assistant. I mean, right now, currently we have 2 open positions. One of them was from an open position from last year that we didn't fill for the compensation package. And then we're going to have a retirement in August, so those will be coming up. Over 3,000 calls for service in 2024. That number's up about 11% over 23. And I believe that's going to continue to rise. It's not going to go down. We're going to have more and more calls with the number of people coming into Danville during the daytime. Our nighttime population is about 8,000 people, but our daytime population runs anywhere between 30 and 40,000 people. And I've even heard estimates of 50,000 people coming to town during festivals and events. So we're a busy town. Average response time is about 4.1 minutes on scene. That's really good. Our staff, they do a great job training. Once the tones go off, they have 2 minutes to get out of the station and 2 minutes to get to their destination. And that's something they train on constantly. And We don't want to drive fast going to the scene, so we want to make up time, getting your gear on and doing the little things to be safe. About 54% of our calls are emergency medical calls, and 46% are about our fire calls. Emergency medical could be cardiac arrest, respiratory, allergic reactions, things of that nature. We travel with Boyle County EMS. They may have a station on the bypass, but Central Fire is more centrally located to the East Main Street area, so we work with them and try to get those things mitigated. Early intervention is the key. Doing CPR, you want to be there quickly, you want to intervene immediately, so it's really important. Well, sorry. Technology. Goals and objectives. Serving the community, we did a great job last year doing CPR, car seat education, public education, smoke detectors, station tours, calls for service, and as I said, over 3,000. Public contacts last year, we had approximately 1,345. That is a big number. That's station tours, truck visits, people come to the station, public education. CPR, we did 144 certifications. Our goal was 200. We did not meet our goal, but 144 is really good. And our fire marshals, Scott Lawson and Patrick, our Lieutenant Patrick Denham, they do a great job with that CPR program, getting people in and out. So they do a wonderful job. Car seats, we did 88 car seats last year. We worked really closely from McDowell Hospital. We have 26 car seat technicians, and that's a 40-hour class they go to be a car seat tech. That's a really big thing for our community. Not all citizens of Danville come to us, but we get people from Mercer County, Stanford, Nicholasville sometimes, and we get people from all over. Smoke detectors, we implemented 54 in homes. And with those contacts, they usually just call the station and we go and put them in for them if they're elderly or can't do it themselves. Fire extinguisher training. Fire Marshal Lawson did 165 fire extinguisher trainings for personnel last year. That's mostly corporate. Denio, Hobart, things of that nature. So did a really good job with that. Some more of our goals in training. Special operations team training, trench, confined space, swift water rescue, and rope rescue certifications. Our staff are constantly training and going to these to get those certifications. They're highly qualified, highly trained. Pumper operator certification, we got 10 staff that last year got certified. National vehicle exhortation, we had 6. We're going to send more this year. That's a really big certification. Try to grow the arson team from 3 to 6 certified members. Currently, we have about 4 certifieds. And 265 training hours per staff was our goal. We met that and went over to 305 training hours per staff. So they did a great job training last year. Public CPR said goal was 200. We only did 144, so we're going to work on that. We have hosted large-scale trainings at Central. I think we've hosted 9. And that includes civic events as well, Rotary clubs, KEA Teachers Association met there. So we've had some really good events over at Central. It's been really nice having that training room for the public and for ourselves. We get some really good training there. Engine 16 was placed in service in May of 2023. It's been a great addition to our fleet. It's a fantastic truck, Rosenbauer Commander Series. Engine 12 and Engine 18 are older trucks. They're in reserve. They're backup right now. Engine 18 is actually in service because that's one of our main ones. But those trucks mechanically are having a really hard time. We spent over $55,000 last year in maintenance. Our budget was $25,000, I think. So we went way over our budget on maintenance. And that's just the age of the truck and the nature of things happen. Also, inflation's caused a lot of those issues. Parts now are extremely expensive, and it's hard to get them fixed. We're lucky to have one of our firefighters, Tyler Reed. He's a diesel mechanic, and he does a lot of our work for us. And we're very lucky to have him because he saves us a lot of money and labor, and he is just as good as anybody around. So we're very fortunate for that. Engine 19, this was ordered in June of 2022. This is a Rosenbauer Commander Avenger series. Really excited about this vehicle. Really excited to get this apparatus in here, not just to take the pressure off engine 12 and 18, but it's going to be a really nice addition to our fleet. And right now, Rosenbauer is about 3 years out when you get them, 2.5, 3 years out. Pierce manufacturing is almost 3 or 4 years out. So you really have to plan ahead if you wanted to get one of these apparatus. So it kind of makes it difficult in your budgeting, but we're excited to get this in. Hopefully we'll get it in October, knock on wood, fingers crossed. So we are excited about it. Cost impact for 24, 25. Staff's highest priority, compensation plan, retention, the market value. That's something that's going to constantly be there. Out west, I've told you before, entry-level salaries are approaching $100,000. Northern Kentucky, Covington area, entry level is $68,000, $70,000. So it's coming this way. It's something we're going to have to address in 3 to 5 years probably. It's the shrinking pool, the first responder pool, is causing a lot of it. Our compensation that we did earlier has been fantastic. Our staff is ecstatic about it. It's just something we're going to have to continue to look at and monitor and not get behind and make sure we're staying on it, because these are very competitive jobs for these gentlemen. They're basically getting recruited every day to go to other fire departments, and we don't want to lose someone that's highly trained and highly compatible. Capital, also two staffed openings, 24, 25. Hopefully we can get those. We also have a need for a training officer at some point. And, if we do want a Station 3 at some point, we're going to have 9 people. So we're going to have to start looking at how we can add people as well. Currently, we have 9 people per staff, firefighters per day. If one's on vacation and one calls in sick, we're back down to 7 people for the whole city. So that's really difficult to operate with 7 people for the whole city. And that's something we've been in contact and talked with everyone about, and they're aware of it. We just need to make that a priority, because at some point safety comes into it. It's hard to have a structure fire with 7 people. NFPA 1710 recommends 15 people per shift, and we're not there yet. Fire station down the road north of us, they make 3,000 calls a year just like us. We make 3,000 calls. They have 18 people per shift in 4 stations. So just something to look into. Capital for next year, we're asking for a renovation, small renovation on Station 2. Replace the flooring, it's 20 years old. Window replacements, there's 15 windows. The curtains blow during the wintertime, so it's probably not very energy efficient. So we need to look into getting that. And we're asking for $50,000 for that as well. Capital for personal protective equipment, this is something we ask for every year, is $25,000. That buys 5 turnout sets of gear. And we try to do that because they go out of service every 10 years. So you don't want to have 60 sets of gear go out at one time. That'd be an enormous amount of money. So we're trying to do that every year so we can keep those in a rotation. Things also SCBA cylinders, they do the same thing. So we're going to try to get that in a rotation as well, so we don't have to have that capital expenditure of $300,000 or $400,000 at one time. And just like I said, engine 19, hopefully it'll be delivered. That's $841,000, which is a lot of money. Currently, we were talking with a rep the other day. That engine right now is probably closer to $1 million. So these are going to continue to rise. A new ladder truck's about $1.8 to $2 million. And we're very fortunate that we got a new ladder truck in 2018, so we're good to go for another 20 years, hopefully. So we should be good on that one. But we do try to replace our engines every 10 years. Then they'll spend 5 years in reserve or 10 years in reserve. And we're not getting rid of those trucks anymore. We're not surplus them. We're going to keep them. We can refurb them. We can look and refurb them at about $200,000. That's what our stations are doing now. It's very cost effective. But currently, engine 17 is at Public Works, and that's in storage. If we need it, we can have it ready in a day to get it going, be a frontline engine again. So they're very valuable.
We've added some fleet vehicles too, which takes a little bit of pressure off of the big trucks.
Absolutely.
Some of those F-250s. We've added, what, 2?
And we run the rescue squad out of that's a personnel thing too. With those 2 people, they go up on all the emergency medical calls. The engines don't have to go on those calls. So that keeps maintenance down. That's why it's important to add that staff in that rescue vehicle. So, future projects, Station 2 minor renovations. Engine 19 build-up, that's what we're currently doing. Hopefully we'll have that in service in November. Turnout gear, we talked about having 5 sets each year in the 2030. 2025, we'll replace SBA filling station. That's how we fill our cylinders for structure fires. And that's probably about $150,000 cost there. Station 3 movement, we need to have discussion at some point about what we want to do with Station 3. Do we want to push it back? The most important thing for us right now would be staffing. You can't have Station 3 without staffing, and it would just make everything a lot easier to do the staffing. But it's a big commitment. It costs about $100,000 to bring one staff on. That includes benefits, hazardous duty, retirement, and salary. So it's a 25-year commitment. But it is necessary moving forward with the size of the city that we have and the need of the citizens. Rescue equipment in 28, 2930 replace engine 18. Just like I said, we'll have to order that probably in 27 or 28 just to even get it in. And maybe we want to refurb engine 18 and not order something. Maybe that's something we look into, so there's a lot of options out there. Future challenges, like I said, staffing will be the main challenge. The market's shrinking and pools are shrinking. Compensation will always, I see that continue to rise for the next 3 to 5 years, hopefully to level off at some point. But that's driven by the lack of first responders interested and qualified first responders. And another big thing is staffing loss from retirement. We have about 7 people that'll be eligible to retire in the next 2 years. And if we lose those 7 and we have to hire 9, will be 16 people with entry-level experience. That's really tough on running a fire department with 16 brand-new people. So it's something to think about. We got a lot of challenges. I just want to thank the commission for a great job. You guys have done wonderful. City manager, HR, all of our management team, we all work together as one team to achieve a lot of goals that we have this year and in the past. And I'm very excited about the future of the fire department and the future of the city. So with that being said, I appreciate you all. Also, Bull County Magazine, some of our staff got it into it. So if you happen to see it, it's pretty good read.
That was pretty cool.
That was nice. You did a really good job. But I just want to thank everybody for helping us and do the best we can and move forward. Any questions?
I guess 2 things stood out to me. The first was, did I hear you right, in 2 years, we're going to lose 7?
That's a possibility of losing
Okay.
7, yeah.
Well, I'm glad we have a wonderful full-time HR person.
Absolutely.
and
Randy does a
can-
great job for
And
us.
pre-plan. The other thing I think that stood out to me, you said elsewhere, if there's 3,000 calls, there's usually like 18 on a shift versus
Yeah,
9.
facility up north of us, they have 4 stations and they have 18 personnel per day. We currently operate with 7 to 9 people per day. So,
Yeah, and I guess that's hopefully being looked at, because that sounds like a safety issue, and,
it is absolutely being looked at.
yeah.
It's just it's a big cost to bring on. We have to have some revenue to
Right.
do that, and hopefully we'll get the revenue where we can add some people. But yeah, absolutely, our staff here is looking at it, and the administration's looking at it, so they're very well aware of it. It's just a matter of finding some revenue to do some things with. you know.
Right, okay. And the last one, did we switch everybody to full-time, or do you still have
Yes, everyone
part-time
is
staff?
full-time. We haven't had a part-time staff in about 5 or 6 years.
Okay,
So, and the reason we did that is because we want everybody trained to the same level. We were getting part-time staff that didn't have any training at all. They were getting put on apparatus with only 20 hours of training. So you can't put a person in that type of situation, going into a burning building with only 20 hours of training. It's
Okay.
a safety issue, and
yeah,
it suited its purpose. When we had it, it was fantastic. Sometimes we had certified people in those part-time positions. But it's just better to transition to a full-time staff.
okay. That's good to understand, because I thought, well, 7 to 9 trained people is better than 9 to 11 with some untrained, I guess.
Yeah, if we did a part-time
With
staffing,
part-time.
what we would have to do, we could only hire certified people. We couldn't
Okay.
hire people off the street anymore.
Okay.
They would probably have to be started out at a $20-something an hour range, so that's something maybe we can look into down the road. But the problem with the part-time staff is when they get here to work, they have work other jobs, and they sign up to work, and they call in and say, oh, I can't work today. And then they only start working 1 or 2 days a month. The next thing you know, you're back in the same situation you were again.
Right, so stick with the full-time. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry for so many questions.
Mine were, staffing is what you need.
Yeah.
And the 2 you said one's on hold, but are you all currently
Last year,
trying to
we held
hire?
one position out for the compensation package, just to try to help with it.
But that'll open back up this year.
That's something we're going to discuss
Hopefully.
with HR
Okay.
and administration. And then we're going to have a retirement in August. And that'll be a 20-year person retiring, so.
Right.
And hopefully, we definitely will replace that position.
You said
so.
you would like to have a training officer?
Training officer is a big need for us. We, just like I said, our guys, our staff members do a lot of training. That training officer take a big burden off of Deputy Chief Mulholland. He's currently doing his deputy chief duties and training officer positions. And also, we pushed it on down to the battalion chief. They're actually doing training officer position as well. So everybody's playing multiple roles. Our staff has done a great job over the years with less people. You know, it's kind of been what we're known for.
Right.
You know, so, but just want to say again, our staff does a fantastic job, and we really appreciate them. And we continue to move forward and do a great job for the citizens. That's the main thing.
Well, they do a great job, so.
Any other questions for the chief? Thank you, sir. Good job. Chief and assistant chief. Who is Anthony? This thing says Anthony.
Morning, how's everybody?
Morning, sir.
We'll start our portion of the Danville Police Department. Myself, Chief Gray, and Assistant Chief Doan be here to help answer any questions, things we got. So it's just kind of like last year. It's just, I mean, we're really sticking to the basics. Resources, staffing's part of resources. We're still in the process of restructuring the department as far as supervisory positions and things, as we've taken on ABC, parking, and codes enforcement. And renovation facilities. We've got to do some renovation there with some facilities. So there's been some discussion about school resource officers and funding and things like that. So this was on here last year, and I just thought we would revisit that so everybody kind of knows exactly what we have there. We have two sets of SROs. The main ones we have are seasonal employees. They're on a 10-month contract, sorry about that, and they don't have any benefits through or from the city. They are retired officers. Many of them are known commodities to us, and they have their own benefits from retirement that they use. The schools, which are the Danville City Schools and KSD currently, pay anywhere from $30,000 to $40,000 of their $60,000 salary. The city does provide them with uniforms, cars, their training, and the other part of the salary. We have two SROs that are full-time employees. Chad Boston is a full-time employee that's at Danville High School. Chastity Shirley is a full-time officer that's at Bate. So when school is out through June through the 1st of August roughly, those two officers are come back and offset patrol operations through vacations and things like that. But they're full-time officers and have city benefits. So currently, we have 6 of those SROs. Like I said, 2 of them are full-time and 4 are through this seasonal employee. Like I said, restructuring. And a lot of that is just staffing. We've got to keep our staffing numbers up. That right there is our current organizational chart. for us. So we have an administrative assistant and a records clerk. Those two positions have been, since I've been here, we just had those two as far as the admin side. Operations, as you can see, our patrol numbers, investigations. We have 2 K-9s now, and like I said, we have the SROs, 2 of them are full-time, 4 are part-time. We've added the ABC director, codes enforcement, and parking. We've always been over dispatch and the director of communications there. So that's kind of pretty much our current staffing and where we're at. Like I said, patrol there has 26 people assigned to the patrol operations. What we need to be efficient and to stay on top of things. We definitely need to reassign a patrol sergeant to administrative duties and oversee parking and codes enforcement. That's just got to happen. Codes enforcement is growing. Those phone calls for just one person and no really direct supervisor. Most of the time, those calls are coming to me directly. I just cannot do that, day to day. That's getting too much. If we reassign a patrol sergeant, then we're going to have to replace that, and promote somebody to a patrol sergeant position. We need to add back that additional parking enforcement officer. We lost Nina last year, and she supplemented codes as well. And we've got to get that off. We've got to get that position back. Like I said, just parking enforcement and codes that's just growing. There's 2 or 3 things there every day that, we're dealing with. And that takes an officer away from some other things that we need an officer to do. We froze 2 patrol positions last year to help with the raises that were dearly needed and greatly appreciated to get staffing up. We need those 2 positions back. Call volume is increasing heavily. The raises were very much needed. Since January 1 of 23, we have hired 11 people. That means we lost and had to rehire. The raises have helped us stabilize that, and that is much needed. But for 16 or 17 months, that's a lot of turnover. And like I said, for us, so the raises have greatly, we feel like it's put us in a position where we can retain and keep people. And that will help us moving forward. But we have got to add those 2 positions back as we move forward. So what we propose is to hire a certified at the first of the fiscal year, July. That is immediate help out of those 2 positions, and especially if we're going to promote a new sergeant, if we do that in the next budget year, to help with the codes and parking. So we would like to hire certified and then hire the someone else later in the year, October, November, in the fall part, hire that non-certified. So again, just to remind you, on the non-certified process, we have a recruit, Lauren Muntz, that we hired, and she started in January. She goes to the academy next month, May. 20 weeks in the academy. You're talking September. Yeah, the actual hiring process started last year, but we brought her in January, shortly after the first of the year. She goes to the academy in May. That'll be roughly 20 weeks between online training and the actual academy training. She'll graduate somewhere around September. So you're talking about 10 weeks after graduation, she'll be on what we call field training, be riding with somebody. So you're talking almost November or December before she's out on the street alone. So
Tony, let me interrupt there and say this real quick. As you're continuing to talk about personnel, compensation is important. Stabilizing what you have and retaining what you have is critical.
Yes.
At some point, your call volume is going to overwhelm individuals. And so each individual has a capacity. And pay or not, if that is exceeding their capacity, they're going to fatigue, and then they're going to seek alternatives regardless of pay. And so that is true for the fire and the police. So it's something that we have to figure out how to balance. And right, is that a fair
Yes.
statement, Tony?
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
I wanted to couch it like that.
Yes, like I said, the raises have been absolutely fantastic. It has stabilized us. As Randy likes to say, it's put us in a position of becoming a preferred employer. We are starting to get back when I first started, where we are gleaning the cream of the crop from the surrounding agencies, and that's the way it should be. We are the largest department in this region. We should be able to attract some of the best and brightest from those other and smaller agencies around us. But it does take a financial commitment to do that. And like I said, and Doug said it as well, what we're able to do in the middle of the budget year this year, at the first of the year is greatly appreciated. Randy and Earl, like I said, I think it was a commitment from everybody on the management team to make that commitment, and it's greatly appreciated. Some optional things are, we've been approached, as most of you know, by DCA to look at their SRO position, and then KSD in their third position as an SRO. And we would treat both of those as we do we would do those as a retiree program. That's how we've treated those positions. So those would be seasonal employees and not full-time employees. So the future, like I said, the administration part would not change anything over there, even though I will tell you that as we've taken ABC, that's been quite an endeavor for our administrative assistant, Sandra Curlis. She's pretty much taken all of that paperwork that Bridget and some of Tiffany used to do. She's added that on to her with what she was already doing. That's increased her duties and responsibilities. We took on the ABC director's job. We have Captain Jonathan Mullins that took over that position and has done an excellent job there, getting a lot of positive feedbacks from the businesses, different alcohol establishments and things like that, just how more active he is and involved. So he was a captain on patrol. So when we took that ABC position, we did not get another captain back. And he still has responsibilities as a patrol captain, and he is one of our biggest firearms training officers. And that itself is quite a heavy load during this time of the year all the way to the fall, We do 2 ranges. We do one in the spring, and then we do what we call a low light in the fall. And then, as we all know, as summer gets here and it gets better outside, some of his alcohol ABC duties also increase. So Bridget used to do ABC and parking, but we still need a supervisor. Like I said, so we've put in there for an administrative sergeant spot to help with those supervisory responsibilities for parking and codes enforcement. Renovations, that's a picture of our range last year, and you can see concrete and you can see sand there. And now where the sand is, there's probably more grass than there is sand. Talked to Josh about this a little bit, but that needs to be pretty much full concrete. We have put in the budget upcoming to start doing some renovations out to the range on a capital level. It would be nice to concrete that whole thing. Move the berm just a little bit. You can't see the part we're talking about moving, but it's back here closer to the beginning. The berm kind of comes around. We would like to open that up. That would give us a full 50 yards so we can zero some rifles and things like that. But as you can see, that's also Captain Mullins' responsibility along with the ABC. So that would be some of our renovation things is to do, to get that range. Also, we do have electric down there. As far as training and things like that, we need to get, right now we don't have any moving targets. And qualifications, Kentucky League of Cities and stuff like that. No, not people, but
I just volunteered some of my colleagues.
I saw that, but I'm not going to comment on that part. But some moving targets and stuff like that, we have been researching and with KLC. So that's also, we put that into the capital down the road to make some of those improvements to the range and stuff like that.
You was talking about moving target, and Stephen Dexter just texted all of us. So I don't know what he's wanting.
So as you can see, we pretty much have steel and paper targets. Like I said, we just need to make some of those upgrades in the future and stuff. To kind of close out, and we also have, we've been meeting with architects about renovation, the police department, in the future and stuff. So that's on a bigger scale and everything, but those talks are still going on, and we'll still look at, Josh, what do you think about the architects and the building renovation later this? Okay. Yeah, I mean, we are looking at, renovating the downstairs and the EOC, making that room down, the training room, a little more usable, better for not just the police department and dispatch, but meetings and different things like that. And then also doing the second phase, the upstairs of the police department. We're upstairs. You can look at City Hall. We all came over here together, but the police department, I mean, we're 24 hours. We don't stop, so City Hall is 8 hours a day and we're 24. So, we just, and our guys and girls are probably a little harder on things too than the City Hall staff. So we need some renovations upstairs. Again, just to go back and just kind of recapture everything there. The school resource officers, that's where we have them at. Danville High School and Bate are the two full-time. Tolliver Hogs at KSD and DCA, if those were to happen, all those would be the seasonal employees. It's a state mandate. It's all about school safety. Restructuring of the department itself, ABC, code enforcement and parking enforcement, those things need a little more supervision and attention to those things. Also, just talking about just the parking, we've had issues with, the elevator and the parking garage. In the future, if we have a supervisor there, then they can work on maybe a proposal. Do we need to look at parking meters for downtown parking enforcement? What do we need to do there to just create a better environment for downtown businesses? What do we need to do there? And if we can get a supervisor in there to just work on that, to do some meetings with downtown businesses and things like that, so they can coordinate that and get everybody on board and move forward. Like I said, renovations, update, modernize the facility, create space for ABCs and codes and parking over on our side. Right now, those offices are over there on this side of City Hall, and just being in, so we can have day-to-day contact, looking, talking, just gives us a better working environment. So that's all I have for the police department. I do have a little bit for dispatch.
Can we ask questions on the police department first, or?
You can go right ahead.
Last year, I think, because I went back, tried to look at, but did you ask for an assistant chief, like a different, or was it just administrative assistant? So you don't want that this year?
I think as we grow, you're going to have to look at that.
Right. That was just a question,
I didn't put it in there this year. We've talked about that.
That would probably be a goal for the 25, 26 budget.
Okay.
It's kind of what our plan, has been. We talked about it and looked at that position very seriously. I think, most importantly for now and this year is restructuring, and getting a better handle on codes, parking. We believe those things can be handled by a sergeant, and then start looking at the restructuring of a higher level commander, overseeing more of that stuff on a day-to-day basis for the next budget.
But you would that wouldn't necessarily take away the need to have another sergeant or something or captain to take that place, because, with code enforcement and parking, they had their own budget last year. Did you
Yes.
all, did that budget go into your budget so that the funding is there? Because that's a big responsibility.
It did not go necessarily into our budget, but I do monitor those budgets.
Okay, and like you had Bridget as
We
the
kept the
director.
code enforcement as separate.
Right.
It's a separate budget so that we
Okay.
always know how much we're investing theoretically in that. That budget changed because of DHB movement, some of those things. Code enforcement director, we didn't,
Right, didn't
backfill
hire.
that. So that's a part of the discussion we've got to have as we get into to propose numbers. What can we afford?
Right, because I'm just saying, looking on the outside end, that would put a lot of pressure into the police department if they don't have the direct, somebody, I know you have,
So,
Mullen.
okay, so what we're trying to do is really kind of take small steps here.
Okay.
So what we're doing now is just trying to get where we can control those positions right now and everything. But I'm going to retire next August. And as we move forward, what we see is right now we need to make that supervisor move into code enforcement right now. Then as we probably move forward and look at next year, that and look at what's going on with dispatch, which I was going to talk about. Ms. Hafley is right there where she can retire just very shortly. And it may be better to have an assistant chief that's going to take over the patrol division and monitor that. And then you have another assistant chief be more direct, more hands-on with dispatch and with codes enforcement. And you know, so looking at something like that down the road, where you have those two assistant chiefs, one over patrol, and then one like, be over the administrative side, which would be the dispatch, and then that code
Parking.
enforcement and parking and all
Right,
that.
all
You
those
know, you
things.
just talk about fatigue on, you know, the staff and how it weighs on everybody, and that just sounds like a lot.
It is a lot, and to be frank, you're right. I think the important thing is to make sure we have the right number of officers available for
Right.
the field. you
Yes.
know? And I think that's what once they feel like that they're kind of approaching that, then they're going to continue to refine the management around that, of those.
Correct, yeah.
And you have to keep the people, I mean, hopefully the adjustment made a difference, but because, I mean, I understand, getting them into the academy takes forever, so it's, you've got to be ahead of that curve and
Yes.
try to keep people in here.
It's a chess game.
Yeah.
You gotta have the pieces to play with.
Right.
Before we can
Right.
move staff, and we gotta have people that are ready, prepared, which is what we're doing, to get succession plans in place to make everybody's job and transition into places easier,
The thing I would argue is that you could easily add a firefighter and a police officer on every shift, every day.
Yeah.
And just, for example, with the police, they make their own work. So as they patrol, then theoretically, they find more crime. We've talked about that before here in the last few years. So ideally, you could do that. I don't know if you can do that today.
Yeah.
But that's something that, that's a goal of mine, honestly, but I don't know that,
Because code enforcement, I'll say, code enforcement is a big issue in this town.
Yes.
And
Right.
it's become bigger. And so, I
So-
can't help, and if I hear something, I'm saying, call you or you, but
Correct.
I also understand that it's sort of shifting and you try to tell people, but they're impatient, and then you all got a lot on your plate, so.
So the administrative functions are increasing. When I first started, there was not alcohol establishments. In 3 years, I think we've gotten 20 extra. I think when Bridget was here, we were at the mid-40s. We're almost up to 70 different between package stores and restaurants that sell alcohol. And we've not increased any staffing there. There's been nothing increased there. In fact, since Bridget retired, and Nina, we've lost numbers. We've not increased any numbers there. But yet, just stop and think, I can think almost 7 different establishments that have come up in 2 years. But I think it's like almost 20-something. So I think that side that's why you're gonna need a second assistant chief eventually. You're gonna have to have somebody else. It's just too much for me and him just to monitor the administrative things.
You said a whole lot this morning, and we flew right by a couple of things. So I'm gonna request this on behalf of the commission. You and the city manager and human resources probably need to get together and with the fire chief.
Fire chief, yeah.
And sort of give us a 3 to 5 year overview of what your
need.
expectations might be. And then I guess you sort of prioritize them, because you're saying that you want to get people on the streets first before you do the administrative stuff, but it might be important for us to see a long-range plan, and then I'll get out the picture and let the 4 of them vote to approve that long-range plan, so we can start implementing some of it along the road, because it's not, I'm like, it's not gonna get easier.
No.
And let me finish the whole thing.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
I'm thinking August 2025, August 2026. When I heard August, I don't know if anybody else heard August, but I know what I just said. I just moved it, right? Look at his look.
He's like,
he said,
maybe 24.
He said, nobody heard that. You're right. Okay, well, we appreciate you, but Wow, that's big. Both of you have just put some real good stuff out there.
Well, the
Joyce.
fire department too, he said, how
Yeah.
many could retire? 7?
Yeah.
7, 2 years.
Yeah.
And then the police department's the same, you know,
Yeah.
you've got, I don't know about
We got
retirement.
3,
4.
3 or 4 of us, 3? Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
just one for next year right now,
And
but
we still haven't heard.
we've got about 3 or so that
That's a good
could
idea.
retire.
For your
Yeah,
five-year
we,
plan,
yeah.
'cause it's
Yeah.
gonna
We've also brought back retirees. that
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
full-time positions.
They can
come
leave
in
tomorrow.
and say, "I'm done."
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know, we've used those retirees in full-time patrol positions, which has been great, but those are people that can walk out the door.
Any moment, yeah.
I mean, you know, like the compensation plan, I know we'll hear about that another day.
Yeah.
Right.
But you've got to, I mean, you've got to keep, I don't know how we're going to do it, but you've got to keep ahead of it because it's always moving, like you said, all the other departments. And I don't know what you do. I don't know the answer, but
You know-
obviously you got to be ahead of it.
They're gonna assist us with economic development. That's the key to all of it, and if they assist us with economic development, I say they, I mean, fire department, police department, parks and rec, there are a lot of groups that are gonna assist us with economic development that will help the city and the community be able to afford some of this stuff. But it's moving.
The only other thing I had to ask, I'm sorry, I had so many questions, but like the range, you all need, in my opinion, it needs to be a nice place for you all to go and to have those state-of-the-art. So I don't know how much that would cost, but I think that it's probably not been looked at for many, 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 many years, and it needs to be.
So the range actually is, we're in a good spot now to make improvements to the range because this year, the way we do our fleet and stuff, we will not be requiring any new vehicles. So that money that we've usually used in capital for our vehicles for this year, you know, we're going to try to use some of that money for the range. And that's what we
Okay.
put in our capital.
And we'll see that later, I guess.
And that's
Yes.
a one-time expenditure that might need to be updated every 5 years or so.
Correct,
Don't let it
yes.
get back the way
Don't let
it is
it get
right
back
now.
to
Yes,
And
yes.
that and that takes me to another thing too. We have got to
hands
get
up.
the 5 of us out to these facilities and see some of this stuff.
Yes.
We want that tour.
Well, because if I see how, that picture I sent with that, that doesn't look bad at all to me.
Yeah,
But I don't know, yeah.
Picture's not what it looks like.
Well, you know, because it's just showing one part of it. I know that, but I'm just saying, yeah.
Done a range cleanup day,
Yes.
about 45 of us, and we filled a 50-yard dumpster.
Wow, see, okay, here you
Yeah.
go.
And the recommended target system that we're wanting will not operate on what we have now.
Well,
It's
Yeah.
basically a robotic system that can be controlled by your range master, and it will, kind of like a nice remote control car with a target on it.
Sure.
You can control that and move that around, and that's one of the main recommendations from the League of Cities, to go that route if you can. And we couldn't operate that down there right now in the current conditions. So
Well,
that's one of the reasons we want to upgrade.
But to me, all those little bitty things like that assist you all with recruitment and retention.
Correct.
People are wanting to see those kinds of attachments.
It assists in community safety.
Yes.
Ultimately.
Yeah, sure it is.
You know, I mean, it just does. But we do need to do the tours. We've,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
we
I was
would
gonna
have,
say, now that it's warming up, I'll get with you guys and we can figure out a day that's good for all of you and we'll do that.
critical thing for me there was when you take a tour, take it with a department head that's operating that facility.
Yeah.
Right, make sure that, and I say that for Ashley, as we're scheduling that, we want to make sure that the appropriate superintendent or department head is present that day for
And
for
and it
that.
could be over several days, and it could be that we do a scheduled time to tour, and we have 2 hours, and it's 2 hours before or after something else we already have on our schedule too.
Yeah.
Are there any, I wonder if there's any grants out there? I mean, you know, like for firing ranges or something, I don't know.
There, I mean, and so that's part of it too. So if if we've got proper supervisors that can spend time, if you got a patrol supervisor that's, for example, right now, the day shift patrol supervisor is trying to monitor and help with codes and parking. If he's on a domestic and things like that, he just doesn't have much time to do administrative stuff. So we need a dedicated administrative sergeant to help that, to look and see what we can do with parking enforcement. Do we need to look at a meter system? Are there grants for meters and stuff like that? you know. Captain Mullins, like I said, he's done an excellent job researching, talking to KLC on what we need to do, modernize our range, look and see if there are grants and things like that out there. But like I said, he's also managing ABC as well. And, you know,
So on the must-have, I was just trying to figure it out. You need a certified and non-certified. We need to hire a parking enforcement, need to hire a patrol sergeant. So
well,
is that
we,
four?
the main, the sergeant's positions will come from already within, you know.
Oh, okay. So
Okay,
it's
so-
reassigning.
Yeah, we'd reassign those, but we need the two, the certified and the non-certified to
allow
supplement
time.
them leaving patrol, if you know what I'm
Okay.
saying, you know.
And where's Ian placed at now? He's not in your department, he's
He,
somewhere else.
well, his office is over here behind.
Is he under you guys now?
Yes, he
then?
is,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yes. But like, go ahead.
I was just gonna, budgetarily,
But-
he is still in the code enforcement
Right.
budget.
That'd be
because
good.
Those are different cost centers.
Okay,
Right. But I do see those budgets and, yeah,
Everything else is just internal movement of existing staff.
okay.
yes,
Assign a current existing sergeant to oversee codes, parking on a daily basis, and then we would need to backfill the sergeant's position for patrol.
right.
The two positions that we have frozen right now.
Finish him, right?
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Thank you
So we
for
would just
explaining
hire
that.
two. If we hired the two, that would allow us to do those other movements.
Okay, I've been kicked on both sides about doing a little break, but look, why don't we let you finish the 911 center before we do that, though?
But like
Is that
I
all
said-
right? Is that all right?
Yeah. So really, these recommendations that you saw today are just to stabilize the police department
Yeah.
as current. And,
Yeah.
you know,
But you'll start, hopefully, we'll open up that frozen position in July.
yes,
Because
yes.
that's gonna take, if it's, and only certifieds.
Just for that one position.
Right.
Then we would do a non-certified for the other position.
Okay.
It's important that we grow some of our own officers, so we try to look for that combination of certifieds and non-certifieds. You know, like, we got Caden Cavarsio, we got Lauren, those are the last two non-certifieds, they're local residents and stuff, and I think, you know, that's good to keep.
Those are excellent.
Excellent, yes, excellent hires.
Excellent hires.
And so have been our non-certified, our certifieds. We've gotten some great certifieds through the new pay raises and things. You know, we've got one of our guys, was an instructor at the academy. He's actually set up the driver's training that we're doing right now. He's also been like mentoring Lauren before she goes to the academy. You know, so he's given her some insights already to get her ready for when she goes to the academy. So, you know, we've picked up some great certified as well with the new pay raise.
And I think the other thing that Chief, both of you, all three of you all have said to us is that these hires, these positions need to be considered outside of the compensation package. They got to take place here regardless of the, you know, last time we did these holding positions attached to the compensation plan. This time we've got to get these things done outside the compensation plan.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
That makes a difference.
So the 911 center is continuing to, I think, improve. The pay increases that the city as a whole has done has allowed us to recruit and better down there. This is 911 or National Telecommunicators Appreciation Week. And those ladies and gentlemen have done an excellent job. And like I said, I think it's allowed us to recruit and get better help down there. Currently, we have 16 dispatchers, 14 are full-time and 2 are part-time. We have one that she's talked about coming back from part-time to full-time. That would always be appreciated if we can make that happen. Just their call volume is getting, it's increasing as well. As you can see, that's a little bit of the call volume for the last 4 years there. You can see things kind of dropped a little bit after COVID, but as you can see, 2023, it bounced back past the 2020 levels. But I think those numbers look that way definitely because of COVID. People were not out as much and things like that, but as you can see, that number jumped back up. So it's right at 35,000 there, and just the police departments, we're 15,000 of those, a little over 35,000 calls. It was just the police department. So dispatch, they also dispatch for the fire, EMS, junction, Perryville, county fire, and the Boyle County Sheriff's Office.
15,000 was just Danville Police.
Just for the Danville Police,
All right.
yeah. So usually we have 2, maybe 3 dispatchers working, and the police department has 1 dispatcher solely for us. The other 2 dispatchers take care of everybody else, but we have to have at least 1, sometimes 2, depending on the time of day, depending on the day, designated just to us. We would like to promote what we call a senior lead telecommunicator to help with the day-to-day operations. And what that would allow us to do is they're kind of like a sergeant, a first-line supervisor. We have one down there for second shift, but we'd like to have somebody down there for third shift. So we're starting to see there's more and more things that happen, especially as we increase alcohol establishments on the weekends and different things until that 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. Our call volume does not really slow down now till about 3 o'clock. When I first started, about 12 o'clock, they might not get another call or 2. But now we're seeing that time frame is creep back to about 2:30. Chief Don and I said this is the first weekend neither one of us got a call in a long time. Yeah, but that was the first weekend in a very long time. We've not been called in a very long time. But it will, it's summer's coming, good weather's coming.
Yeah.
But we would like to promote, and it's like I said, go from one regular communicator to like a sergeant position. We wouldn't add another telecommunicator. We would just like to promote that. Have a little more consistency in having somebody in charge when something does happen and things like that after, that midnight hour for a couple of hours. Like I said, those guys and girls down there do a very fantastic job. Their call volume's increasing. The biggest thing that we've talked about with dispatch and our supervisors we're seeing more and more increases of 2-person calls, domestics, disturbances, gun calls, things like that. That's also a part of that request why we need to have that senior telecommunicator in the evenings. We've also talked to HR Randy Boyd about sending or creating or finding some leadership training for dispatchers, to help with just some leadership and some training things in the afternoons. So that's pretty much all I have for dispatch and the police department. Any questions?
So you have dispatch, you do have senior on first and second, you see one on third.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we'll agree to take a 10-minute, 5-minute, 2.5 minutes? Y'all can't do 2.5 minutes. Thank you,
Thank
Chief.
you.
Well. ordered for 11:30 just for the mayor, so want to be sure the mayor gets a chance to stop for lunch, right? It's been ordered for everyone, everybody. Josh, you taking the seat? Are we going to skip forward to Josh?
Yeah, we've got to rearrange things a little bit. Tommy and I have an 11 o'clock meeting that we need to get to, so we kind of risking it but timing just worked out wrong. So we're going to rearrange things a little bit and
Okay.
go real
So-
quick. And
So go to engineering in this PowerPoint?
yeah, we'll go to community services / engineering next.
Not human resources, all right? Man, you way in the back.
So while you all find that, I can talk a little bit.
Yes.
So we're, reflecting on where we're headed this coming year. I just submitted our annual stormwater report to the state yesterday. Kind of wraps up that for the year for me. And looking forward, we're finishing up a lot of big projects right now. Streetscape just wrapped up recently. We've got our parks projects that'll be finished here in the next month or two. So I'm really looking, just myself personally, as kind of moving into the next phase of my time here. I mean, we've pushed a lot of big capital projects really quickly when I got here, kind of rolling out of that now. So I think 2024, 2025 for me is going to be more of a kind of a reorganization and planning year, looking to the future, because we just haven't had a chance to do that, honestly, since I've been back. We've been so busy with these capital projects. So a lot of my slideshow today is just data about our departments, because I'm not proposing any big changes for next year from an organizational budget standpoint operationally, because we really need to kind of take a step back this coming year and look at what we have and what we're going to need in the future. And also looking around at the other departments, like you all just talked to public safety about all the needs that they have. And it's not the right time for us to push a lot of needs. Let's step back, let public safety get in a good spot, and then we'll look towards the future. So here's the first slide that I have is just the departments in what we call kind of internally as community services, which is engineering, public works, cemeteries, and parks and recreation. Stormwater's kind of in parts of that as a budget, so it's got arms in all of them except for Parks and Rec. But engineering, we have 4 full-time staff, including the stormwater program coordinator that, we talked last year about needing a position to help out, and I have yet to fill that officially, but we have somebody on the way. We approved the hire a few meetings ago, and she'll be graduating from center here in May, so she'll start at the end of May, which will really give me a chance to look at just overall our staffing and where we need to go. Once she gets on board and we get organized there. Public Works, we're still at 12 full-time staff. You can see the different positions we have there. We're in good shape as far as the personnel we have. Could we use more? I mean, Public Works, you could always use more staff because you get more projects done. And as we'll go into the next slide, you'll see we have a lot of work we want to do internally. Because we have a good staff, we have a lot of projects they can do. And we talked about the gun range earlier. Pouring concrete out there, that's something that we can do with internal staff, Public Works, and save a lot of money for the general fund. Cemeteries, we have 2 full-time staff there. We'll continue to work with them. That cemetery is fine from a staffing standpoint. And then Parks and Rec, which I'll let Tommy dive into that a little bit more with his presentation after mine. So just looking at just real quick overview of each of these each of the budget departments. Public services, we're not proposing any personnel changes. I've tried to pull out the operational budget numbers, which is the non-personnel and non-capital. So it's the day-to-day expenditures that we can really control within our department. And we're asking for a 2.6% increase once we put all the numbers in, which is fairly reasonable, actually a little bit less than what the COLA increases looking to be this year. So my conviction for next year for us is that we really focus on our streets and sidewalks just throughout the community. Nothing major, no big major capital projects necessarily. We'll try to do those. We'll try to plan those and design those, but just the small projects that we can do internally. I've got a list here. We keep a we have a spreadsheet, Rick and I do, with Public Works Director, we have a spreadsheet that lists out projects that we want to work on with our staff. This is just a quick overview of the kind of areas that we have on the list now. That's not the stuff that'll come in over the next few months as people call and we find new problems to solve. So this is just a quick list. You know, we have staff that currently working on some projects around these areas, and we'll just continue to mark them off as we get them done. But it gives you a little bit of an example of the amount of work that we have already lined up.
That Walnut and Second Street, does that include the
Yes.
four-way stop?
Yeah, Walnut and Second, that's the four-way stop, some sidewalks around there, some ramps. There's
Bump outs?
Yes, yep, that's one of the ones on towards the top of our list.
No traffic light?
No traffic signal, no. Quick on that, I've tried to pull some data from the crash data
Yeah.
since it's been put in, because
Yeah,
I've noticed anecdotally an increase in crashes.
no.
There's not enough data there to make a judgment on yet. I think they're like the year before we took it out, there was like 5 crashes, and the year after we took it out, there was 5 crashes. But 5 is not enough data to tell you what's going on there.
Well, I
But-
think it's a plus myself, but
Yeah, I think, you know, we've had some issues at the light at Second and Main after construction's kind of rolled out, getting that timing working correctly. But Second and Walnut, the traffic seems to flow fairly well
yeah.
as we kind of stand over there and watch it.
I hear
So-
about that one all the time, though.
So now moving, so
the
that's public services. So yeah. public
Sorry,
works.
on the sidewalks, Boffman Avenue, that's just because that's a bigger project
It's,
that's
yeah,
not on
I
here?
kind of slide that into the capital
Okay.
discussion. And real quick on Boffman, we're planning to have a public meeting. I was actually just sending emails back and forth with our consultant into April 1st of May sometime. We've got some dates. We're going to reach out to Hogsett to try to get that scheduled there again. Just from a grant paperwork standpoint, that project's not going to happen until spring of '25. There's no way we can get the grant paperwork done in time to start this year, but the design is 95% complete. So that's what the public meeting will be about. We'll roll out that design to everybody there. We're going to try to make sure to get the impacted property owners there to talk with us, because we'll be crossing a lot of driveways and being in people's yards, and we want to make sure that everybody that we're impacting is aware of what we're doing. Okay. Anything else with kind of
The
Public services side.
street, Broadway, First Street, from really Main to Lex Avenue, there's been various requests over the years there. I don't necessarily, unless I missed it, Josh, it's not on there. There's a sidewalk improvement around the church. There's the issue with drainage. That's more of a stormwater project in the intersection of Broadway and First down there. And so that whole section right there, we see opportunity to improve it, just so you know. That's been on our list for a little bit.
Go ahead.
And then I don't know, I guess we were at that transportation meeting, and they said that we had funding like for Kentucky Avenue for that section of the sidewalks and crosswalk and.
Yeah, the project that the state has proposed for that, they were looking at pedestrian access to the high school. They're looking at building a sidewalk along Wilderness Road on the north side of that section between Broadway and Lexington. I've got Kentucky Avenue on here because we'd like to get a sidewalk from Alta to Lexington. There's no sidewalk on that section of Kentucky Avenue, which really, if you can get a sidewalk from Alta all the way around and up to Lexington, really ties all that together.
Because a lot of kids walk from Bait.
Yeah.
You see them going up Wilderness Road, and there's
Yes.
just a lot of traffic through
Yeah.
that with kids, so.
So, and I've got, I added a bullet at the end of the sidewalks list, there's central district repairs, and because when I look around, that's, like I was saying, it really convicted me to we have a lot of ramps that need fixed, they're not ADA compliant, that's something that we need to do as a city to get those back in compliance, and just generally making our sidewalks safer, and more usable for the whole community, so that's something that we're really.
Josh, the big safe schools grant that the Danville City Schools got?
I wrote that down. I will follow up on
Because
that again.
that's part of wilderness,
Yeah,
part
that's
of all
what-
that, right?
Yeah, that's what Donna's
It is, yeah,
probably referring
okay.
to, that you've
All
seen.
right.
They said that the city had gotten a grant, maybe $300,000.
Was schools.
No, it was the
No.
schools,
Schools,
but
yeah.
everybody attaches it to the city, but I
Yeah.
wrote that note down.
Okay.
I'll check on
They haven't done
it,
anything with
make sure.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, the last I had seen, we they sent a plan document to Marshall because they needed to look at water relocations, water valves, and water meters. And I was able to get a hold of those. And like I said, the project was pretty much just the sidewalk along the north side of Wilderness Road was the project that they were looking at completing.
We all connected, though.
One of street of note on here is, we've got a lot of complaints from out on Rebel Road lately. We're gonna look at that further, sidewalks and some street improvements to try to slow down traffic and provide people a safe place to walk. It's just gotten busier. As Fox Harbor has developed more, it's gotten busier and is having some high-speed issues. Stormwater, operational budget, which the stormwater operational budget is pretty small. It's mostly personnel. It's, we're looking at actually a small decrease. I think that's just the nature of kind of where we were prioritizing some numbers. And then I've got a list of the same, we keep a spreadsheet just like we do with the sidewalks and streets. We keep a spreadsheet of drainage projects, and here's kind of where we're at with it. I've got Twin Brook Culvert and Spring Hill Culvert on there. Those probably turned into major capital projects. That's our consultant sent me some preliminary data about that the other day. I'm trying to get a more finalized budget number because that's the big project that's coming out of that assessment we did we've done this year, the Subbasin F assessment that we've done. That Twin Brook and Spring Hill culverts, they're the major project that have come out of that.
Main and Third?
And then we've got minor drainage repairs all over town that we look at all the time with folks when they call and make sure that we're taking care of everybody, especially with the stormwater fee, that we're taking care of folks and fixing any issues that are coming off of city streets or multiple properties. They're part of our public stormwater system. And then I did a presentation recently for the Kentucky Stormwater Association that had a lot of our data for our stormwater utility. They wanted us to present about our stormwater utility to the rest of the state, because we're actually one of the few, there's not a whole lot of stormwater utilities in Kentucky. I think we're in the 12 to 14 range at this point. So just to provide those numbers to you all, you can kind of get an idea of our stormwater utility today. We're at 6,376 customers, and that totals 15,679 ERUs, which ERUs are equivalent residential unit, which is square footage of impervious surface. It's like 4,400 square feet. That's how we calculate non-residential bills. They get a bill calculated off of their impervious surface. So our total estimated annual revenue is $632,000. That needs to go up over the next few years. We're going to come back later. I don't think they're in this budget period because they're not ready yet with the capital project that we're looking to do to ask to raise that rate slightly. It's never been raised since 2008. It was $3.36 then. So even if we had done just CPI COLA increases every year, it would be over $5 now. We ran the math on that. We're not looking at that kind of jump. We're just looking at we're a quarter to 50 cents maybe a month jump, something like that, to get us in a good place where we can start borrowing money to do some capital projects. Because that was one of the commitments of the utility originally, was to complete these capital projects. And over time, the operational budget has filled up the revenue so that now we don't have extra money to set aside for capital. And then I wanted to show down there our top 5 contributors. That shows their monthly bill. I use kind of generic names when I did the presentation, but you all can kind of figure out who is who up there. But higher education, so those bills are pretty significant for those entities. But it's a fair calculation based on their buildings and parking lots is how that's created. And then quickly, cemetery, no personnel changes there, like I said earlier. We're going to try to decrease that budget slightly just with how we handle operations. You can see our operational budget's projected this year, we're budgeting $205,000. $170,000 of that is our maintenance contract, which jumped significantly last year. That's a contract that we bid out. We kind of knew a big jump was coming, but it was bigger than we anticipated. But even when we run the math on that again, I mean, $170,000, that's, we can't even hire 2 full-time people for that. And then when you count equipment and everything, we couldn't do the mowing for that. So we still, the contract's still a good value to us. We'll be advertising that out for bids again next winter, to see if we can maybe, we need to get more than one bid. I think we've gotten one bid for the past 15 years. So if we can get more than one bid and make sure it's competitive, which is what we've seen with the mowing contract recently, that's kind of opened back up again, and we're getting several bids. We'd like to see the same thing happen here at the cemetery. But it is a tough contract, and we don't have a lot of folks that really want to do that. You know, it is not a simple thing to do to weed eat around 30,000 stones.
Yeah.
But have we just, or where do the committal shelter idea, where's that?
So we want to have, that workshop with the committee sometime in the next couple of months. So when we did the communal shelters, they were over budget significantly. It was part of the problem, but also we got a little pushback from the community that were saying, hey, we don't need to use up good grave space with the shelter. We need that grave space. So I think one of the things we'll talk about in that workshop too is expansion of both Hilldale and Bellevue. Hilldale's not quite as urgent, just from the pace that we have burials there. And I think we're probably in the 20-year range of running out of grave space at Hilldale. We're in the 10-year range of running out of grave space at Bellevue. You know, we've been adding bits and pieces here and there at Bellevue, but we could be in a situation in 10 years where we really need to add space. And, you know, I like to say when I talk about the cemeteries, I don't think in 20-year terms, I think in 100-year terms, because the cemeteries will be here long after we're all gone. So Bellevue, if we're looking at it from a 100-year standpoint, we might need to make a significant investment in expansion there. And the same thing at Hilldale. If we want Hilldale to last, be an active cemetery in 100 years, 200 years, we need to look at a significant amount of land to do that. So in my mind, I've kind of moved a little bit. I think the shelters are still something that would be great. I still think it's a need for our cemeteries, but expansion may be a better use of our capital funds in the short term. That's one of the things we wanted to just go through in that workshop, is have a discussion about it and see where everybody's mindset was concerning capital at cemeteries, because those are your 2 big things. And we could do both. There's nothing that says we can't do both. It's just, okay, how much do we want to invest in expansion, and how much do we want to invest in shelters? We've brainstormed some different ideas in the committee about how to make those shelters more affordable. There's got to be a way. I mean, it can't be $400,000 for a pavilion, but.
Roof and 4 columns, it was crazy.
Couple of my other budgets that are a little bit smaller. Municipal road aid. This looks a little different than the other slides have looked. I tried to give you all an idea of kind of actual revenue we've had from this is our gas tax money, is what funds this is the money that comes into this fund. In the past, we've always budgeted about $250,000 to $300,000 for paving. Tried to stay more in the $250,000 range, just so we could set a little bit of money aside for potential capital projects. We've budgeted revenue this year $330,000. Last year we spent $276,000 on paving. We've traditionally in the past done. I haven't talked to Earl about this. We've traditionally done 2 paving lists, a spring and a fall. We spent $276,000 on 1 paving list last year, and I think that's just reflective of how much more expensive paving has become. So I think we're looking at probably just doing 1 paving list from now on. We've already spent our budget for this year. That's why we didn't do a spring paving list. We already spent our fall paving list, spent it all. So I would like to kind of do a different method. I've put under paving projects on there. I've put kind of, we have to have a municipal aid public meeting. We usually do that in May, correct? We don't have to do that anymore? We don't have to do that anymore. But we've traditionally done that in the past. What I would like to do is have a paving list kind of determined in June, and that way we can get on the schedule of the Allen Company, who's our paver for this area on their state contract. But get on their schedule for July, August, instead of, in the past, we've been kind of rushed against the beginning or end of their paving calendars when they're really busy. So I want to kind of hit in the middle when they're not quite as busy and the weather is good for this. So what I'll come back to you all with a paving list in May, June, with the streets that we want to pave. If you all hear from folks in the community about certain places, let me know. I'm doing a road condition assessment. It's kind of an ongoing thing for me. Every time I get a chance, I'll go out and drive the streets and grade their condition. I want to finalize that the next month or two so that we have a good completed list since I've been back. So that's, we've got this year's budget, we've got 250 for paving, 200 in the capital budget. So we've got a list of potential capital projects there. The big ones, that North Stewart Lane extension with the EDA grant, the KPDI grant through the state. We may need to put some capital funds towards that project if it moves forward as we'd like it to over the next few months into FY25. And then we've been talking for some years now about Fox Harbor extension and Church Street extension. There's some things with kind of property owner issues and not issues, just working through those kind of
The
timing with property owners to make those happen. But it's still something that's on our mind to do. And it's hard for us to plan that stuff because, we'll go years of trying to work it out and then all of a sudden it'll happen and we'll be ready to do it. So I think that's why we leave them on there because any time now that could all fall together and we need to start a design and start spending some money.
That's, I was thinking that's, I understand, it's unfortunate because that's one of the top 5 things in the survey people were most concerned about or interested in is road maintenance, so.
Potholes.
I'm sure how we, reconcile those two things, but.
Yeah, I think, we still feel like we do a pretty decent job of pothole patching. Our public works department works really hard on that, and they try to stay on top of it. A lot of the bad reputation we get is from the state roads. We've talked about that before, that like when I drive around, I can count 10 city street potholes and I can count 200 state road potholes. So I think we get a little bad reputation from that. There's not a whole lot we can do with it. We're just gonna have to be more strategic about where we pave. We just can't blindly say, oh, we're doing this 2,000-foot long section of road this year. That's what we're doing. Because when I look around and I see a lot of our areas that really need work, we have consistent potholes that we're out there patching a lot, it's usually small sections. It's a particularly busy intersection or an area where people are braking on a downhill section or taking a sharp turn. So we're just gonna be more strategic. We may not pave full segments. You've seen me do this a little bit the last couple of years of say, okay, we're just gonna do this, 200-foot stretch of this one street because it's where we're having a lot of issues. Because our money just doesn't, the square foot money just doesn't go
We have to
far.
mill a lot,
Well,
too.
yes.
And that doubles the cost right off the bat. Rule of thumb, double. So, strategically milling, again, saves money.
Yeah, that's one of the things that the city didn't do for a long time was very much milling, and we're paying for that now. The old curb and gutter streets that we didn't mill for 50 years and we just kept paving, those curbs and gutters are gone.
Yeah.
Which causes a lot of stormwater issues for us. That's one of the stormwater projects we were looking at upcoming year is starting to raise some of those old drains. You know how the drains will sit way below the pavement, and there's, we've had, people drop the tire off the side and bust the tire. We want to start raising those back up because we can't take the road back down to where it was. We can't mill off 12 inches. But looking for the future, we don't want to do that to the next generation. So all these newer curb and gutter streets that we're paving that are 20, 25, 30 years old, we're not going to pave without milling. We're going to mill at least an edge key, at least along the edge, so that we can tie the gutter back in, tie the pavement back into the gutter. Especially if we can add a little bit of a crown, because the crown, people don't love that big crown in the middle, but it really helps with drainage and it helps the road last a lot longer. That's some of the issues we've had recently with these newer roads is that at the time they were built, like in the late 90s, early 2000s, they didn't put a good crown on the roads. We have a lot of pothole issues in the middle because water stands in the middle and freezes and thaws over the wintertime. And so we're going to work. We're going to be more strategic and more thoughtful about how we do paving. We don't want to do paving just to say we did it, just to check a box. We want to do it in a way that actually improves everybody's quality of life when they drive our streets.
Your manhole machine.
Still using that. We still knock out a few manholes out every now and then. We have so many. We were so far behind that we you know, they'll go out and they'll do 10, 15 at a time every couple of months. But
Are we doing some of those that are on state roads as well?
yes, those are, for the most part, those are city, you know, they're sewer manholes. So the city.
City infrastructure.
City-owned infrastructure. So we do the state road manholes as
So if
well.
I get a call and it's on a state street, I just say, you're on the list, we're getting to you, right?
If a manhole raising, but let us know,
Oh, yeah,
because, you know,
yeah. Yeah.
we try to keep a list, but there's always,
Yeah.
you know, the more, you know, always let us know when we get calls about that
If
kind of
one's
stuff.
getting complained on, chances are it's at a high-use route, and it probably addressing it sooner can prevent damage to the manhole, which is important.
Yeah. Welcome back, Carter.
And then the last slide that I have, I think this is the last slide, is the garbage fund. You can see how much that budget has increased. Our budget revenue for FY '25, we're projecting 1.4 million, well, 1,440,000. And the expenses, we're projecting 1,490,000. That is money in, money out as far as our contract is concerned and our billing is concerned. So that puts us at about 3.4% lost revenue. We're gonna try to bring that number down as far as we can. We've already done one audit, and brought it down quite a bit. I mean, we were, you know, once we did the additional cart charge, when we did the contract in 2021 and Republic started actually billing us for that, we had a lot of billing reconciling to work on. And we spent a few months back in the fall really working hard to get that better.
The changes were, to give Republic a little bit of credit, the changes they've made has helped Josh get organized. Like, they are now actively supporting the organization of our billing a little bit. The next contract, we definitely want to get away from the direct billing. And just because it's, like, they need to do that. And that way, does balance. We've got to figure out logistically how we still have control a little bit so that they don't get, you know, so that we have some reconciliation of customer concerns and complaints, and that we can verify that those are handled, you know, to the customer's benefit to the extent reasonable. But we, you know, so that's things we think about, just so you know.
Yeah, it's, you know, that direct billing, and not only, you know, this 3.4% lost revenue that the city's taking, but it makes our customer service really difficult. We've tried to clean that up, and that's still ongoing, about where people are supposed to call, who they're supposed to email, all those kind of things. If we're billing, it will always add a layer of complication to that, because they're always gonna call us first. And even if we get Republic completely on top of it and they're responding to everybody, we're still asking people to turn around and make another call, or we're having them turn around and make another call, which is never what we want to do. We want people to just immediately pick up the phone, call Republic, or get on their app and put the complaint into their app, and they'll be taken care of. So
If they're doing direct billing and the bill has Republic services on it, people will intuitively get to that service request more efficiently, just by the nature of it, so.
I put our customer amounts on here just so you all can see. We serve, actually, that 6,500 number I said at the last meeting was the stormwater number that was in my head. So we're 7,500 for solid waste customers. Downtown customers, we're at 122, which we're auditing that right now. You saw on the current initiatives, I got downtown car replacement. We're trying to go from carts to dumpsters in our downtown service area to get away from the 6-day-a-week collection. That's something the Republic's, they're working well with us on that, because they want one or the other. They want either dumpsters or they want 6-day-a-week. They don't want a hybrid of the two, so but they're being patient with us as we work through it, because we've done 2 blocks. We need to move and do a 3rd block now. We're doing easiest to hardest, so but even the easy one took, 2 or 3 weeks of working with property
looks
owners
good, though.
and
Really
business
helps.
owners and
Yeah.
trying to get it cleaned up. But that downtown customer list I don't know if it's ever been audited. Just be quite frank, we're working through some issues, and everybody downtown's being really patient with us as we talk to them about.
I want to give Josh I'm going to interrupt him. We frankly struggled after he left for a long time to get staff equivalent to his capacity. And so, he don't want to hear this, but that's the truth. We and Donna can attest too, because she knows the struggle that I had trying to keep up with all of it, you know, separating, getting Josh and Marshall back. Josh knows intuitively on the stormwater what he originally thought of and how it's supposed to work, and it's just so much more efficient than trying to convince someone the spirit of the stormwater regulation is valid. So therefore, what are we doing? And it's just, we're heading in the right direction with all those initiatives. That experience is so important.
And
You know.
it's one of those things that you have to be really self-motivated to do, like some of this auditing stuff that nobody's asking you about, like you just got to do it, because it's kind of like we were talking earlier about milling the streets. Like we could punt this down the road to somebody else that'll have to deal with it, and it'll be a bigger mess then than it is today. So we're just lowering our heads. That's what the downtown dumpster thing. I've told some of the property owners downtown, like, we knew there would be mistakes made with this. We're just doing it because we've been talking about it for how long have we been talking about downtown dumpsters?
Ever.
10, 15,
Yeah.
20 years.
Just like the apartment complex on the east side, west side of town, you know, those dumpsters are a worst-case scenario for Ian. At the same time, when those apartments were put in, there was no dumpsters, none of that was intended to be part of their infrastructure as a development. We've got to figure that out because that's a better solution for an apartment complex. So we got to figure out how to get there, and that's circling back to things we've talked about before. We know we want to do that. We've talked about it, and then with Bridget getting Josh back, now we're back on those things with a little bit more efficiency, I guess. So we'll get to it.
I put this, we already received our proposed CPI increase for next fiscal year from Republic. So those numbers, those monthly billing numbers you see up there are what next year's numbers will be. What we'll go to July 1. I think it was a little higher increase than last year. We use actually garbage collection CPI number from the official Bureau of Labor Statistics for this contract. I think it lagged behind a little bit what the national CPI was, because last year was a little bit lower. This year it's a little bit higher. I think we're like at 5% for this number this year. So we're going to go to $15.90 a month for standard customers. That's garbage and recycling. And then additional costs will be $4.52, and the downtown customers will be $28.08 per month.
When people talk about the CPI for garbage, you got to remember the regulatory environment around the tipping fees is impactful in a way that other commodities are not. So landfill costs vary based on regulations specific to that industry.
With that $15.90, that's the garbage and the recycle.
Yes, that's correct.
Both of them. That's what's the beauty of it.
Yeah, and I honestly, I'm pretty nervous about what it'll be in 2026 when we rebid this. From what I'm hearing around the state of other people bidding out new contracts, it's, $30 and things like that a month is what they're seeing other places. So I think I'm pretty nervous about that in 2 years. And I think the community needs to kind of prepare themselves for a big jump at that point. Because I think we bid it out right as COVID was kind of moving. That was 2021, so it's kind of an odd time. The big inflation hadn't hit yet, so I think we got a good rate at the time, pretty affordable rate. But I'm 2 years from now,
I do
it'll be
think
different.
too, the garbage, and I still say this with the county, that's something that we do need, because Junction City is dealing with the same issues, but it's the exact same service. And with the way that the state sets up your solid waste coordinator position through the county, there's evidence of marrying that for the city of Perryville. And you think Hughes Lane, those homes, and Old Bridge, Riverview, there's a benefit potentially to marrying the contract with the county. The county would have to be specific to service areas, and then they would still need their convenience centers for different regions. So we'll have to see if we can do that and ultimately balance out those cost increases a little bit.
That's all I had for those departments. We'll talk about capital later. I think the big capital for me, this FY '25 is gonna be, whatever we do with parks, like we discussed at the joint meeting. If we borrow some money and do another package of parks projects, particularly Bunny Davis pool renovation, that seemed to be kind of rising to the top. And then the police renovation is the other big project that we've kind of got on our mind for this upcoming year. So I think that's all I had. I guess Tommy had to run to our meeting without me, so I guess I'll do his.
I told Tommy to go on, so he'll come back when they finish up. They have an 11 o'clock, Josh and Tommy do, related to parks, and so we'll excuse Josh and see if Melanie and Ashley want to take on the next step.
Any other questions for me before I run out
On the
of here?
cemetery committee, just one thing, I know you had said maybe 2 meetings ago, the cemetery committee wanted to meet with the commission,
Yes.
so are we gonna have a little workshop there?
Yeah,
at
we
some
want
point?
to do a workshop. They've been working for the past few months on updating the rules and regulations, it's been 2006 was the last time that was done. That's taken longer than we expected. It's quite a chore. And I think there are a couple of I think next meeting, they may be able to finalize a draft of that. So I think that would be a good time to get them in a workshop with you all to present, hey, here's our draft rules and regulations. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about shelters. Let's talk about expansion. Let's talk about rates. We've thrown around like what we're billing folks at the cemetery. Is it appropriate? Our burial space is pretty, I think what we sell burial spaces for is pretty good, but I think our interment fees are fairly low, especially some of our like overtime, weekend, cremation kind of fees are not covering our cost. So we need to have a discussion about that as well. So there's lots with the cemetery for us to kind of go through. And I think a workshop with the committee would be a good idea. Like maybe we have it's a bad time of year with the budget meetings, but we'll try to schedule something in, I think May or June would probably be realistic.
And they're pretty active, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Makes tough work, so all the stuff they're doing on the side, the things that you actually see out there that they're doing, like next door, and that's why I keep saying, just have them build the cemetery stuff. I know, it takes time.
They're
I
a
got
victim
that.
of their own success.
They're probably like,
And so
no.
everybody's like, we're getting it across the board. I get the feedback, man, your public works can do this, this, and this. And I was like,
Just let them do
"Oh,
it." I mean,
you just
I'm
scheduled
sorry.
out 5 years worth of work, Donna. You know what I mean? Like,
But they're doing a really good job.
they are.
I think
They are.
one of
They're highly functional.
one of the things I want to plan this year and think a lot about with Rick, especially because, I mean, we talk about retirement a lot. Rick's not, I mean, he's got a little bit of time, but he's approaching retirement, is, you know, that comparison of spending money for capital projects and bidding them out or just doing work in-house. At what point is it a better use of our money to hire people, full-time people, instead of bidding out big capital projects? The hard part is that when you hire people, that's a commitment, right? That's a long-term commitment to that staff and to that budget, of budgeting the funds for that staff. We can do a one-time capital project. You just say, okay, we're going to spend $200,000 on this, and then now that's it. We're done. We don't have to worry about that anymore. But I think that conversation is worth having, especially where we're seeing some of these contracting numbers go to. I mean, these $400,000 for a pavilion. But you know, it's a tough thing to look at and make the numbers, you know, compare them. There's a lot of unknowns, a lot of variables, and a lot of assumptions you have to make when you start doing that kind of.
Josh made a good point when he first came back, and he talked about some takeaways in working for the city, leaving, and then coming back to the city. One of the things he emphasized with me is, Earl, we've got to really do a good job of intermediate spending. So like the fire station on the bypass, the windows need replaced, let's replace the windows. If you know, that's a 20-year-old building, right? If those windows need replaced, then we need to spend a little money on the building so that it's maintained at a higher level along the way. Yeah, police department next door is the same thing. I mean,
Yeah, that's the hard part, is the concept next door at the police department was, let's do that intermediate spending, and all of a sudden that intermediate spending is $3.5 million, which doesn't feel like intermediate spending.
No.
So I think that's, you know,
Yeah.
could we, and that's the thing, like legally, we can't, if we're doing a project that size, we have to design it, we have to advertise it, we have to bid it.
Yeah.
we have to do it a certain way, or Lee will get after us. So, you know, it's so easy for that to be something, oh, let's just paint some walls, all of a sudden it's $3.5 million. But Jenny Rogers, the Public Works Garage, you see that happen a lot with the concepts that we try to, it's just tough. And a lot of times it's hard to,
How old is this building?
it's 15 years.
This building was built in 2010.
And the fire station after been 20 years, that's like.
So you got to keep in mind, the temperament at the time here at the city was, we just came out of a slow period. We didn't have any reserve.
Right.
When this building, I mean, and, you know, we hadn't had raises in 2 years.
Right.
And at that
Water in
point,
the basement.
and then there was not a lot of stomach for any investment in, quote, City Hall. And there was a disconnect between the understanding that this was really about the police station. And it still is. The majority of the property is tied to public safety. So we've got to, you know, we didn't overbuild the police station at the time then, like the fire station has been built. It's not, doesn't have reserve capacity over there. So what worries me is that when you're renovating the building next door, if we don't add some sort of structured capacity to the equation, you're kind of spending a dollar to spend another dollar. So we've got to figure that out too. That's one of the challenges I got with Josh that we've not talked about.
Yeah, I wish we could go back and do that again without, kind of gave in to the pressure of.
Yeah, and that's totally, that's what you want. I mean, that's the balance of good government, is checking the expenditures against what the community's willingness to pay for. I mean, that's the way government works, and that's totally fine. At the time, we handled, as a community, not the city staff per se, but as a community, the whole situation was handled about as good as we could afford at the time. And all those checks kept us in check, right? And made us our economy here is stable, our finances are stable. Those pressures of those decisions help make that.
Well, there's a big controversy about even staying on this site, this location
Yeah.
at that point. Yeah. Crazy. Okay,
Thanks, Josh.
thank you, Josh. Legislative Department, you ladies are up next. Guys and girls are up next.
Yes, so I will go first. I'm going to briefly touch on some of the things we talked about last year in this same kind of setting. I think Josh had this in his presentation as well, but didn't really speak on it, is the cemetery database that we want to put on the website that's searchable for people to find interments for both cemeteries. We're still trying to figure out what the best way to go about that is. We get calls pretty much daily on, hey, can you tell me where this person is or where this person is? And if we had that database, we could direct them to the website and get them to look it up there. Transparency improvements, we have been proactive in uploading the minutes and ordinances in a timely manner. I get those to Melanie, she gets those on the website so that we're staying up to date on those. I think we're just a few meetings behind on that one. Boards and committees, I'll briefly touch on that. We're getting applications now for people to volunteer on these boards and committees. The problem is they're applying for boards and committees that don't have vacancies.
It's all right.
So we are getting people that want to serve on these committees. It's just ones that we don't have any openings for right now. And the commission, you all have been very proactive, and
thank you,
they
Ms.
tell
Amy.
me,
Yeah.
so-and-so sent me and told me to do this. We are still wanting to kind of develop a training for the chairs and co-chairs of these committees so that they know how to effectively conduct a meeting, and that way they are more proactive. And then continued education, I'm still working on my city clerk certifications, and I have staff that we're taking advantage of. I'm sure Randy will talk about it, the programs at BCTC. We are taking advantage of those and participating in those. My big thing that I'm really excited about, and Melanie, she might help me talk about it a little bit, is Earl came to us a couple of months ago and asked us to come up with a way to get the community more involved in city government. And Melanie did some research, passed some things along to us, and we found what most communities call a community ambassador program. And that is, we talked to Toledo, Ohio, because they're a pretty significant program. People have modeled their programs after them in Washington DC and different states. Theirs is a more significant program than ours would start out at. We were thinking maybe an 8-week program. What we would do is we would start marketing in the fall and ask you guys to kind of tell people, here's what we want to do. It would be an 8-week program where each week they would meet with a different department head, possibly at different locations, and kind of learn the ins and outs of what each department does. That way, when someone approaches them in the community and asks them questions, they can relay important information and correct information that way. So they'll just basically be an ambassador of the city. So, like I said, we would start marketing in the fall of this year, and we hope to launch this program in the spring of next year. Like I said, it would be an 8-week program. We're looking at probably 10 to 15 people to start out. It would be weekly meetings, about 2 hours, I think is what Toledo does. There would be a brief application process. Basically, you have to be a city resident to participate in it. I think that's pretty much but we're really excited about it after meeting with Toledo last week and hearing how, they have people, over 100 applicants apply for their program. So like, we would like to get that kind of involvement. I don't know that we will to begin with, but these people, we would have a graduation for them in 1 week, and then they would be recognized at the next commission meeting, so that maybe they can go out and say, hey, I participated in this, you should too. We're kind of going to model it after, it would be the city government version of the police academy, essentially.
Yeah, you got it.
So,
And it's amazing to me when I see Citizens Police Academy graduates with their shirt on.
right.
So, small item, but shirt, yeah, a shirt with a logo would be really.
Yeah, so Toledo, their program, they have a kind of a syllabus night, their first meeting,
Sure.
and they go over the schedule. They do require active participation, like you can't miss meetings and graduate. Like,
Yeah.
if you miss a couple of meetings, you just will be out of the program. They provide a binder with all the printed materials for the keynote speakers. It would take a lot of involvement from department heads, to set aside a couple hours a week to provide the opportunity to speak to these people. But we're excited about trying to launch that, and we would have to have your all's engagement in spreading the word for us.
Well, and the department's benefit would be that they might get some volunteers.
Right, well,
setting-
and that's kind of
Yeah.
like for boards and committees, we
Yeah.
thought, if you get kind of an insight of what
Yeah.
city government does, that'll kind of maybe encourage them to participate in the boards and committees and get involved that way as well, so. That's all I have, so I will, if you don't have any questions, unless you want to wait until we're both done.
Can I say one thing before we move on? I was just listening to Ashley's presentation, and how long have you been clerk?
This is my 5th year. I just started my 5th year in January.
5 years, you couldn't have done that like that.
No.
You would have been, a ball over in the corner. But
Yeah.
It's been nice to see you grow into the job
Well, thank you.
and into yourself.
That's KLC's influence on it.
KLC and my Clerks Association, which I'm very actively involved in. I'm the secretary of our region now, so I am actively involved in networking and getting different ideas from different clerks around the region as well, so.
Good.
And she has to keep all of us straight every day, so. Okay, so I'll just be really brief. I just have one slide today. A lot of this is just kind of carryover from last year, a lot of things we wanted to get started, and now we're going to build upon those things. So we have our new website out there, and it is always and forever going to be a work in progress. So we'll continue to build out pages that look nice and are easy to navigate. We still have a lot of things linked to the old site, and we'll continue to gain more control of that so we can make changes quickly. But it is a process, so we'll just continue to do that. And then we have the ability to do more forms and use some of our tools like the chat feature in a better way. Like, we could get to the point where we can send text messages. So right now, if you enter a chat on our site, it just comes through an app that I have on my computer and my phone. And so I have to respond to that by email. But we can potentially get to the place where we can just respond and the person would receive a text message. So there's a lot of different things that we could do there. Online forms, I mean, in talking with Lee, you know, as she's looking at her business licensing and all that, and then our water applications, like, there's a lot of opportunity. So those are things we're going to look at this year. News and information sharing. So I had intended last year to do like a monthly newsletter, and there's just so much going on here that I could easily fill up a weekly newsletter. So if you have not subscribed to that, I try to make sure it's not overwhelming, but there's a lot of stuff every week. So go ahead and subscribe to that. And I usually try to share it on Facebook too, just in case you don't want to subscribe. It's still there. You can read it. And then I've spoken with Erica and Marshall about connecting with our new utility customers a little better. So now they have the ability on their application, they're collecting email addresses, but not just email addresses. Like, we could technically give a printed form to people when they come fill out the application. But ideally, we'd like for these things to be online. So what we'd like to do, and we'd like to actually start this in May, is pull a report at the end of the month, all the new utility customers that have signed up for the month, and these would be people that have never had service with us before. They would receive what we're calling a welcome kit. It's essentially a long email with a bunch of stuff to do here in Danville and a few resources, some contact information. It's really brief, but it gives you a good crash course in how to live in Danville. Then next, I'd like to work on expanding outreach. So there's a few other, you know, I always hear, well, not everybody uses Facebook and not everybody is online. And that is 100% true. There are a few other avenues locally that we can really use. And just to piggyback off of those online resources. So Scrolodex, if you've been in any local restaurants, you've probably seen the TV screens. I don't know if you've noticed those, but it's a pretty inexpensive way to just share information or direct people to our website or City Hall or important contact numbers. I've spoken with Fiona at the Advocate, and what we'd like to do is, I don't know if you know the contributors. You know, you might see Mimi Becker or Alethea from the Extension office. They kind of monthly or weekly put a little blurb in there, something. Nothing serious, but just some tips. So our fire department is always reaching out to me saying, well, I want to share fireworks safety tips or this and that. And then there's also those things that we can kind of see out into the future of preparing for, you know, summer months and things like that. So we'd like to put things in the paper a little more regularly, just general information. And then continue to share those big stories with the paper and make sure that it's getting out there. And I have done a terrible job of connecting with radio stations here. So that is a goal of mine, is to connect with those other media sources. And to kind of complement that, I think we need a little more printed materials, things that are here in the office, things that we can display out here in the lobby when people come in to get water. They will receive a little bit more information. I think Earl had sent me an example of a Parks and Rec program that was done a few years ago. It was beautiful, and it's just time for an update because they're doing a lot more out there now. And then we also need, I've talked to Randy about, we're doing a lot more events. We're doing the job fairs and things, just some visuals that we can take with us that might bring a little more awareness and interest to our careers and some of the other things we're doing. For community engagement, I'm also really excited about the ambassador program. I think it's great. After we talked to Toledo, I think we were both like we both came out of our respective offices and we're like, let's do it today. So thank you, Earl, for the suggestion, but I think it could be really beneficial. I mean, we all know how social media is, and every now and then I would just like somebody out there to say something that makes sense. And so I really think that, I shouldn't say that. I'm gonna get fired. But I think it would be beneficial just for people to be able to understand a little bit better about how local government works. Honestly, I've been here like a year and a half, and I have learned so much in being here that I wouldn't have known these things. And so I think it's important for people to just get the basics of how decisions are made, why decisions are made, who makes the decisions, all those things. And then, you know, we had a good first run with a survey. Josh does surveys all the time, and I think that they really help him, and sometimes they're a requirement for him. So I just want to be able to, from my position and from our office, be able to support that a little more and get.
Say this real quick. I appreciate a good survey, but how you produce a survey that communicates just the simplicity of the communication on the backside, like you saw during her presentation. Melanie did a good job setting that survey up so that the information we got out of it, you can easily ascertain something from it, which is critical. Josh does a good job too, but between the two of them, they do a good job with surveys.
Thank you. Well, and I will say about the budget survey, I think I probably will benefit from that information more than Lee will. Just because it was eye-opening to see what people don't know. And I'm not saying that in a judgmental way, because I was one of those people a few months ago. So we have a good starting point for this year of what we need to communicate and what needs to be shared. But I do think it's important to just kind of regularly have those opportunities for the public to share directly with us, maybe not necessarily through Facebook, but just directly with us and in our offices. And all the comments we saw there are going to be shared with all the department heads. We've kind of come through, and we'll have a frequently asked questions posted online that come from that. So hopefully we can come through those. Business development. So I think every time somebody asks Earl what I do, he says, and I'm here to connect with businesses. And I'm just kind of jumping down to the whole work with other departments to connect with all businesses, because I think all of this goes together. Going back to what Lee said about needing a business software, or business licensing software that tracks and monitors who's here and who's active. And so it's really hard to know how to support businesses if we don't know that they're here, or we don't know if they're still here. And just to be able to connect with those. So I think what Lee's doing is going to really help me to achieve those goals. And working with the Development Corporation and the Chamber and even tourism, we are actually having a meeting tomorrow about doing a new business kind of networking event, something revolving monthly. Lee sends out the new business license list, so we know who's coming in new anyway. And just making sure that not only myself, but the Chamber and the Development Corporation are touching, and you guys are touching base regularly with those new businesses that are coming in. And so we want them to feel special. We want them to feel appreciated, because we are very glad that they're here. So that is something we're looking forward to getting started in the next few months, is just letting that grow and evolve. And maybe it'll be a fun little perk for businesses coming into our town. And then there needs, this is part of the website development, and we're having a little bit of trouble on where to place this, like just information about downtown Danville. We have a lot of great businesses down here. We have parking, there's parking. And just having a dedicated space online for information about the downtown master plan, information about the businesses that are downtown and the events that are being planned by downtown businesses. You know, they don't have an organization right now, but I think everything that they are doing already supports the downtown master plan.
Let me say this, people suggest that the city focuses too much on downtown. That if you're on the bypass and if you're downtown, people say you spend too much energy on the bypass. The downtown has to be coordinated because it's the only environment in the community where a business on the bypass can exist by itself without coming in contact with its neighbor, without worrying about garbage from how it's collected, without deciding as a group, do we put a dumpster behind one of our buildings? Do we all take our cans there? Well, your cans are right in front of my business. You're parking in front of my business. Like, that environment is different and does require a little bit of coordination. And so somebody needs to be doing that. And as we look around, the need for the city to be more proactive in coordinating that in these towns like Danville is increasing. You know, we've talked about before where you had the Heart, and that was a fine organization for a long time, and then as money changes and it's just the migration of that emphasis, it's growing. And so the growing demand leans towards having that organized by the government at some point there. I don't know really what that looks like, and that's still migrating into something, and Melanie's being proactive in trying to be on top of that. And so just know that it is not the bypass, and we're not just talking about downtown. You know, you all know well that we meet with CJ May, we met with Ron Fath, we met with the developers out at 5 Star. We meet with those people and work with those entities with intention, right? But downtown is just different than that. 5 Star can exist out there by itself. It doesn't need Stuart Powell next door to exist there, right? Or it doesn't, you know. I hope that makes sense. I just want to
Yeah, it
add that
does.
context for you a little bit.
Well, and I was going to say about communications with the Advocate Messenger. When I read the weekly newsletter, the Advocate, if they know about that, could gain a lot of good content for the newspaper.
Yeah, they are subscribed, so they read and then share what we have in the newsletter in the paper a
Do
lot
they?
of times. So.
Okay, and then the other thing came to my mind is that you got contacted by the mom and the future fresh-year student at Center and set up a meeting with yourself and with the chief and myself, and we welcome them all to Danville. But those folks would be a good group of people to get on that weekly newsletter as well, because if mom back in Cleveland sees all the things going on in the city of Danville, she can direct her daughter from Cleveland to come downtown, go wherever it might be, to be involved in some of those things. And it gives mom a comfort level that we're continuing that dialogue, that communications with her, you know. And she sent us the lovely flowers, you know, just to say thanks. Which we didn't need that. We didn't do it for that reason, but just little bitty things like that spreads the word too, though. So.
Yeah, I think we need to take the time, and thank you, because that really is a great suggestion. I think we need to take the time to connect with Center and
Yeah,
prospective
yeah.
students and take the
Yeah.
time to meet with employees at different of
Yeah.
our, you know, at some of our major employers and just make sure that those people are engaged in our community as well, whether they live here or not. They come here every day. So, so that is a great suggestion, and I think just to make them feel welcome and
Yeah.
to make sure that they're well-informed as well.
They need to come, they didn't know there's one place to go and find out real good stuff. They don't need to call you or Ashley or Jenny or anybody every week, every day. That's one real good spot, you know, and it gives me a lot of information, because I get 2 copies of it. I get one on my government email and I get one on my center email. But that's okay, because
But you all are subscribed, right?
What's that?
Okay.
Yeah,
I
when I
said you're
send my center
subscribed.
email one, it's easier to forward the center email one to lots of people that I deal with around the
Yeah.
community. So,
Okay.
surrounding cities, so good. But you're doing good stuff. And then the thing about the new businesses, you know, we oftentimes have ribbon cuttings that we get invited to, and I've decided to let all five of us know about them, because sometimes I cannot make them.
Yeah, and then, I mean, the chamber does a good job of,
Yes,
how
yeah.
hosting the ribbon cuttings
Yeah,
and things like that. There's
right.
still a lot of businesses that don't get connected with the
That's
chamber.
right, exactly right.
And we've already probably touched them. We haven't touched them. That's a bad way to say that. We have connected with
Connected
them
with them,
because I'm gonna get
They've
fired.
needed a business
Because they've needed their business
Yeah, that's
license
right, that's
and
right,
their,
that's right.
utilities. So we have a lot more opportunities to connect with them first.
Well, and I
So,
commended you on the scavenger hunt with the puzzle, right? You just didn't realize how expensive it was gonna be for the mayor though, right?
oh, did you have to buy something everywhere you went?
I had to escort my wife in there.
See? There's a lot of great places. That was
They
fun.
were.
That was fun.
Yeah. And the new dress place that's right next to the senior dress place has caused some real activity in that area of Main Street.
Danville is the place to come for your formal wear,
Yeah, you got options now. I
Yeah.
mean, two good options, yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. So you did
That's-
some good work.
Right, that's all I have. If you guys have any questions.
I did want to add, I forgot to mention this, the cost of the ambassador program would be very minimal. We talked to Toledo, they provide light refreshments, so we would look at that. And then also the material at the very first class, we were thinking, we have pins already for that. We're thinking the binder and maybe a little tote bag that has our DKY logo or our City of Danville logo on it that they can bring to each class.
Get the graduates a shirt.
Yes, we
I mean,
definitely, we had talked about that as
Yeah,
well.
well, because
so.
the police academy, it's a nice button down, and we wear it, and when I'm on vacation, I take things that says Denver with me all the time, and it's just a great way to sell our community, but.
Right. And there would be a night that they would sit down and learn some things from you guys as well.
Yeah.
There's a night that they spend with the council or commission, so.
I just thought of something. For you two ladies. See if I can record it. I cut my. We need to invite Danville High School Park. That went to Connie. Yeah. Haven't come down in the lobby and do a couple songs. Little bit things like that, sort of, get these young folks that come in the city hall and see what we're all about. That's off the record, I'm sorry.
Hey, Melanie, a couple of times I've sent emails to you that people have said to me about the website having, I guess you call it social service kind of stuff on it?
Adding things to the website.
Yeah.
I mean, we have, most of the things that I've seen are like police resources, links. And those things are things that I would want to run through Tony and Earl before we put on. I know some of them are just, like nationwide resources, and that is fine. Like, that's things that we have out there. But I can tell you, just to let people know, like, we can track, we have an analytics to see where people are visiting and what they're coming to our website to look for. And they may never click on that. So there might be a more effective way to share those resources. But, I mean, I think a few of the things that I've seen are like, what we're seeing now with fentanyl. And those are things that I would send to Tony first, and then see if it's something that he would want to use.
Okay, I was just wondering if I should just tell the folks that that's not appropriate for what we're doing on the website, or if I should keep sending them to you. I don't want.
Well, and it would
Keep
be,
sending them. That's the right thing.
Yeah, and-
Tony, there may be something that Tony wants to do with it after Melanie, or it could be any department. So forward them and then let us filter through that, and if there's something interesting, we'll make sure that that's known for
All right.
sure.
right, and Tony may use those resources in other ways too, so I
Yes.
don't know, but I do think, like, whatever department it would be best fit for.
And the United Human Services Group, all the different activities they have, you've made some of those things available to our community.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
well, we need a dedicated space for some of we have lists of resources But we do need, that's one of the things we need to build out is kind of a more clear path to find some of those resources.
Upcoming events. Other questions or comments?
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So we're gonna try to do one more department before we go.
Randy's gonna be a while, probably. Do we have lunch? Is it here?
it is.
It's not too bad? That's right. Yeah.
No, we can.
Let me check with Jenny.
Yeah,
You got
no, that's,
just-
I forgot. In this
You
is
doing this
shorter
human
today.
resources thing, right? This time, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
All right, I'll still ask you to put the clock on time. I like messing with him.
All right, just for the public's benefit, we originally had our compensation plan as part of this proposal, but in discussing with Earl, we're going to need a little bit more time to kind of develop our proposal, so we'll bring that back on the 25th meeting, so that'll be a standalone conversation point. Let's see. So, just real quick, this is kind of this is our mission statement. This is kind of really, in essence, and top line, this is what drives everything we do within the HR department. There's a lot of language there, but in simple terms, our goal is to support all the other departments in the city in developing and maintaining an effective workforce in the pursuit of excellent public service. This is an overview of the functions that we are responsible for managing. Again, this is all, our goal is to help, align this employee's needs with those of the city in pursuit of, your goals and objectives. You can see there's a lot of different disciplines we manage, public administration, policy administration, talent acquisition, training and development, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about that here shortly. Obviously, compensation and benefits, and safety and risk management, which safety is a ongoing project that we have right now that we'll talk about. That's been a big initiative we rolled out probably about 2 years ago. That's ongoing. As we were talking here, and one thing I didn't put in the slide, but I thought it was important to share, especially after looking at the survey results that Lee provided, and in listening to the presentations from both the chiefs. Just want to kind of give a real overview of statistics of our human capital and where the city's investing their funds for labor. Essentially, right now, the city's got 310 employees. 167 of those are full-time, 143 part-time staff. Public safety, that is combining police, fire, and 911. We currently have 92 employees, which makes up approximately 55% of our full-time workforce. And then water utilities, which was, I think that was a key thing, if I remember, Lee, on the survey. We have 46 employees within water utilities, and that makes up another approximately 28% of the full-time workforce. So we have invested over the last 3 or 4 years with our compensation plan and our staffing plan. We've invested and continue to invest more in those two entities, which I thought that was important to share with the public so that they know that the city is continuing to invest in what they feel is important from a labor standpoint. And then another thing, and we're going to talk about succession planning. That seems to be another big topic, but just real quick, this is we are going to be seeing a lot of attrition over the next 12 to 24 months. I'm going to talk about succession planning, but right now, the city currently, 50% of its employees is in the Tier 3 retirement system, so it's starting to shift higher. 32%, and this is what's the most telling statistic, is 32% is in Tier 1 right now, and that is the group that can retire, essentially. And so we've got to continue to build our initiatives to recruit and maintain a good workforce, because it's going to get more challenging, especially as that knowledge base transitions away from the city. And because, there are, I know Chief Gray mentioned his retirement, but there's a couple of other known key retirements that are coming this year and next year that we have to prepare for. And again, I think that is going to be a driving force with some of our goals with our initiatives. Real quick, this is just our organizational chart, so there are two of us within the HR department, myself and Haley Donahue. We created that HR clerk position, I want to say approximately 3 years ago. Haley's come a long way there. We've been doing a lot of training and development, because as we continue to grow, we need to be able to make sure that we have the resources to service the employees, because we are a servant to our workforce, and we want to make sure we continue to have that ability to service them around the clock. These is so let's talk about what we've worked on this year and what is ongoing within the HR department. One of those is, mentioned earlier, training and development. That's been one of our biggest items that we continue to work on. We established a program with BCTC. We've talked about that. That's going well. We're doing monthly classes on professional development. But also, we have established that Leadership Academy, which is going to be part of the things that we're still trying to develop through succession planning. And the goal of that is to give staff the opportunity to build competencies that they can use in future positions, not just their current role, but in the future when they'll be prepared to step into higher responsibilities down the road. Community health clinic, talked about this, and this has been an ongoing initiative, and this will probably roll over into 2025. Earl's heard me talk a lot about this. He knows I'm real passionate about it. But this community clinic, we see a lot of value in this. One is obviously our goal is to increase care accesses for folks, but also we want to try to lower our healthcare cost. We obviously just went through our healthcare renewal. I've sat in a lot of webinars. I've talked to our broker and some other, agencies. We had about a 7.5% increase this year, but a lot of people are seeing 10 to 20% and higher on the health insurance. I don't see that trend going down, to be honest. I think that's just continuing to rise with like provider rates and things of that nature. So our goal is, if it makes financial sense that we build out this community clinic, our goal is to take our budgeted funds that we have for healthcare dollars and redirect them to the clinic with the intent of not only getting better care for folks, but also lowering our healthcare costs. And that's why we think there's a tangible benefit to it. But again, there's a lot of infrastructure and different dynamics that go into those conversations, but that's kind of what our end goal is with that clinic. Another thing we did is, we established our water utility apprenticeship program. We talk a lot about police and fire, and there is a lot of attrition, but I don't think it can go unnoticed, and Marshall and I have talked a lot about that. Water utilities is facing probably a similar, if not more difficult attrition problem that's going to be coming. And it's not just a city problem, that's a statewide. Right now, your average age of a water utility operator is between 55 and 60 years old across the state. And so, with us being a Class 4 treatment and wastewater plants, unless someone comes in with some experience, it's going to take them 4 to 5 years to get a Class 4 license. And so this program is going to help us fast track that. The goal is 2-year program, someone comes out of, they go straight and take their Class 2 license. Not only that, it's going to help us with, say someone's got a Class 2 or 3 already, they can go into this program, which we have a Class 3 person in it right now that's going to be able to fast track them to get their Class 4 license.
Yeah, I've asked Marshall so he's been here a couple of years now, right? And I've asked him to really do a deep dive into, and I hope he's had time to do that and we hear that more after a while. But I really want Marshall to think about with fresh eyes the structure of the water and sewer utility administratively to make sure that we have a sustainable model for regulatory compliance. Now, there's one thing to operate it, but there's another to ensure that regulatory compliance. And that particularly in the field, like your wastewater rehab, the reporting requirements, all through every subordinate department below Marshall. And so I hope to hear from him a little bit today on where that trend is moving in his mind.
Yeah, and as far as a career field, we talk about we're trying to really promote careers with public government. I think utilities is one that it gets lost a lot, in my opinion. We talk to folks about it. They're not really, and I didn't know a lot about this coming in from the outside, what all entails utilities over the past 4 or 5 years, I've got to learn a lot from, you know, Earl, the superintendents, marshals. It's a field that we've got to really promote because it is challenging and it's critical with public safety. You know, obviously water treatment's public safety, and so we got to continue to invest in that, along with obviously every other, you know, career field within the city that does, you know, just wanted to bring that to your attention. Of course, we worked on our online benefits platform. That's something that we started back in December. I think everyone here knows we talked about open enrollment. That's something that is going well, that we should hopefully have up and going and finalized by May 1st when the new plan year starts. So to talk about safety for a minute, because this is another area that I've been really passionate about, and we've talked about it, but I want to kind of give a little overview of where we're at, where we want to go in the future, and just kind of talk about what the objectives are with these programs. So, you know, we do a really good job as a city with keeping our employees safe. Our loss runs are really good, but we can never take our foot off the gas, so to speak, when it comes to safety. And so we've been very proactive in kind of expanding that. We've put a lot into training on safety. We're doing a lot of things with procedurally, and one of those things was reaching out to OSHA. And just want to clarify this. This was not a compliance item, but it was a voluntary consultation that we reached out to the Education Division. We have actually we did that last year. It took them, you know, they're backlogged when they come to safety visits, but we're actually currently going through that. So, for example, we have the safety consultant has come down. We've got one more site to go, but they've gone through a lot of walkthroughs with us and the department heads, talked to staff, and they've given us a lot of suggestions and things to improve upon. And that's what we want, so we can be proactive and continue to make sure, number one, our employees are safe, our contractors, when they come into a facility, that they're safe. I've talked to Josh and Marshall a lot about that. And then also making sure that that is externally impacted, that they're keeping the citizens safe when they're out doing a project or, you know, a function. And so we're really excited about where that's going to go, and we're going to continue to progressively build our safety programs out. Good example right now is we're working behind the scenes on drafting emergency action plans for every facility. That's just one small example of the things that we're doing as a group. And I've got to give credit to all of our department heads because they've been very cooperative. So when I brought this to them as a group, we didn't get a lot of resistance. We all were very engaged. So we meet basically once a month. We have a safety review group, and we go through and we brainstorm. And so it's not just us. It's been a collective effort to make us a very safe organization. And then we talked about policies and procedures. Earl and I have talked a lot about this. You know, we've got, you know, we had Sergeant Turner do our legal updates. Those are ready to be presented through the budget process. But also we've talked about some of our other policies. So when we talked a lot about compensation today, but it also goes beyond just compensation. You know, obviously compensation makes up a big portion of why an employee would want to work for the city. But also we've got to think about work-life balance too. We talked about staffing, making those other intrinsic benefits really important for people to stay. And so what we would like to do is, there's a lot of stakeholders with this, and so we're going to bring things to the commission through the budget process for discussion and feedback and give some of your insight before we kind of draft any of these policies. And so that's something that will be forthcoming, you know, hopefully within the next month or so, and we let you have that feedback to staff. Now, as far as 25 goals, you know, succession planning, we talked a lot about that. You know, we're already, you know, listen again, you know, Tony and Doug talk about that. That's a challenge for us, and we're working on that. We've already recognized it, developing a 1 to 3 year program. I don't know, I'm not going to sit here and say I know what the final result's going to look like, but we are working on it. Part of that is we developed a leadership program through BCTC. We've talked a lot about, you know, getting current staff, allowing them to job shadow, maybe, you know, frontline supervisors, managers, show them what they do a little bit more, get mentorships, because one of the key things to make a good succession plan successful is you gotta teach your staff the bigger picture, right? Like how does their job fit into the overall organizational goals? And so we're gonna work on some of that. You know, we're gonna continue to work on our safety program. one thing, and Earl and I have talked about this, but one of the things we would like to see down the road is that safety is becoming very, very robust. One of the things I think is needed for us is to have a functional health and safety coordinator position with the city. You know, I manage a lot of that right now, but in full disclosure, we have a lot of disciplines we manage, and it takes a lot of time to do that, and that needs to really be a standalone job. And there's a tangible benefit to that, especially when you talk about OSHA compliance. We never want to see an employee get hurt, a contractor, anyone in the public. And so, you know, OSHA fines and compliance penalties are very, very high. And so we think we want to talk about that down the road and creating that position. And then, you know, Melanie was talking a lot about the school systems, and this is an area where I should be doing a better job, and we've talked, but we want to really engage more with your local schools, especially when we talk about kids coming out of high school. Maybe they don't want to go to college, but they want to go into fire, you know, teach them about fire, police, you know, water utilities again, you know, and just the careers. We've got to really engage with those folks. And then, of course, you know, we're going to continue to work on the community health clinic. That's a pretty big project. It's been a slow project, but there's a lot of partners involved. There's a lot of discussions with a vendor, infrastructure, medical staffing, hours of operation, you know, scope of services. So all those things are still a lot to deal with. And so it's not just the city that we have to have partners in it. And then there's an economic development benefit to that too, because we feel like if this clinic gets established, then you can really support, for example, small businesses that may not be able to offer a group health insurance plan to their employees, but this could be something they could participate in to provide, you know, some type of medical offering to their staff. And then, of course, you know, we're going to continue. One of the things I've worked on this past year and try to continue on is be a better community HR partner. You know, we're participating in the Workforce Development Committee, like to brainstorm, and so that with other agencies. We do a lot of continuing education through CAFRA, state and national SHRM, and then just really engaging. You know, we have a good partnership with BCTC, so we're trying to build a pipeline of students for jobs as well, and, you know, co-ops and internships. So we're going to continue to work on that, not just internally, but be it an external partner out there for, you know, the benefit of the community as a whole. So those are the things that we're working on. I know some of these are rollovers from last year, but they are big strategies. And so as far as the, you know, budget impacts, this is just our operational budget. Obviously, we'll talk about the personnel budget in the compensation plan, because that's the heavy item, right? Because that's about a third of the city's budget. But in general, one of the things when we looked at the legislative budget is try to keep that as flat as possible, but move funds around to where they need to be applied this year. So like, for example, we're wanting to put more into consultants based on, you know, obviously increase in consulting fees and utilization, same thing with legal services, and then staff development and education. But what we did is we didn't want to tax the operational budget, because we wanted to maybe focus on putting more to personnel. So our budget for legislative only goes up $2,500. And so, again, we wanted to try to keep that a flat budget, but also put those funds where we felt like they need to be needed for the upcoming fiscal year. All right. And so that's just our overview, so I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Randy, I think the community clinic's a great idea. Is there another town that has that we could kind of look, see what they're doing, and how they do it?
Yeah, Kevin, that's a great question. Actually, we've actually visited a clinic down in Bardstown that we went to just recently. Probably myself and one of our other partners, potential partners, is we went down and looked at that clinic, just kind of brainstormed. There's some other ones, cities that are doing it internally. I know, like, for example, there's a couple of cities out there that I looked at when they advertise their jobs, especially like public safety, they're really promoting that clinic. So we're going to look at some others, but we did go down to one in Bardstown and kind of get an idea of what that looks like. And it's really neat. If you walked into the clinic, you wouldn't know that it was an employer clinic. It would look just like any other clinic on face value.
It'd be nice that if it's not criticism, but if the hospital could take a leadership role on the issue and you know, I don't know that the city's big enough to do that by itself. But, you know, the community economy would benefit from having small businesses, for example, just as an example. It would, from a corporate strategy perspective, it would bring sustainability into the hospital if they would take a leadership role on that. So it would, you know, it would be preemptive care potentially for them. Their internal providers would benefit from that. You know, right now, you have people going wherever they go, and that means the follow-up doesn't necessarily occur at our hospital, right? Well, we want our hospital to be sustainable, so that, you know, there's a balance there, and the vision, we need to get the vision into the hospital so that the hospital can do that. Granted, the hospital systems are overwhelmed with capital, with needs, with their reactions to health industry changes like COVID, right? Protocol stuff. And so that's a heavy lift, and I appreciate Randy's specific emphasis on trying to move that snowball a little bit. So that it can get bigger. And so we'll just continue to push on that and see where that goes. But it ideally, the hospital's taking a leadership role, you know? But that's just not necessarily where they're at right now without even realizing it, I think, honestly.
Yeah.
But we'll go down that. We'll keep pushing.
Yeah, and to Earl's point, that's why it makes this such a critical process, is because you got to have you have to have partners to have sustainability in there. So you've got to have enough, you know, community partners. One, our goal is we don't want the healthcare dollars to leave Danville either, and they've got to stay here to support the economy. You know, that small business component, you know, that's a good example of how we support the economy. I've talked a lot with the EDC about the clinic too. So, you know, this is a way you could promote businesses, because when they come in and they look at setting up shop, and, you know, one thing they're going to look at is, you know, the education of the workforce, the school systems, the healthcare structure. Well, when you look at the healthcare structure, hey, we've got this clinic here that's an option for you that can help be a good recruitment and retention tool, plus it can drive your costs down. So it's good for the economy as a whole. Not just, you know, it's not just for the benefit of the city. Yes, city staff would benefit from it, but the community as a whole and the economy is going to benefit from this.
Does Ephraim have their own clinic now? One of our employers around here do. I saw somebody and they were talking about it, that they have a clinic
I'll say it again, from a corporate
for their
strategy.
employees.
From a corporate strategy perspective, it is critical that the hospital thinks of things like that.
Yeah.
I don't think they've done a good job of that in the last 10 years, frankly. Just as a taxpayer, as a citizen, it's a community-owned hospital. There's certain things they need to do to give back to the community, and I think there's an opportunity there for the hospital. And so we need to continue to urge and nudge that organization to see those opportunities as that, not as, well, that's out of our scope.
Yeah.
Right? So, and I go back to this, it's the easiest thing to point to. They have 1,300 employees down in their system.
Right.
There's a lot of single parents in their system. Having been a single parent for a while, that opportunity for childcare enables me to work, right? And so when they're talking about nursing sustainability for their young nurses going into the industry, having that early childhood care, you know, that was in conflict with their business model. But yet you see in urban settings, companies set that up all the time because that makes their workforce sustainable, right? And so like sometimes when we get to, you know, it's not as simple as just saying, well, our core mission's medical care. Well, your core mission is to exist as a corporate entity, granted nonprofit. There's other elements than just medical care to corporate survivability, right? There's strategy to land development, right? And they're working on those things to their credit. I mean, they've identified some of those things, but it's a community hospital, right? We need that thing to operate downtown. We need that thing to be strong. Things like the clinic, will help that entity be sustained for the people that need that resource here.
And from financially, how this would work, I mean, there's different structures, obviously, but just give it in simple terms. If you got a self-insured insurance plan, let's say one of your employees goes to urgent care, that average cost to your plan is probably somewhere between $200, $300 a visit, right? That's what gets taxed to the plan. The member may pay a $50 copay. Well, what happens when you go in this clinical structure is you set up standardized rates that, are fixed rates that you pay, monthly or annually, depending on how you structure it. Well, that clinical visit may end up only costing $50. Well, what happens at $50, it doesn't hit your health plan, and then the member doesn't pay a copay, yet they're getting the same amount of care of service. And that's why we're trying to do this strategically to where, hey, yes, we know our healthcare budget, is pretty large, right? It's almost $4 million a year. But we wouldn't want to do additional budgeted funds. We would take those funds and reallocate what we budgeted to that clinic with the hope that actually our utilization of that clinic would drop our healthcare dollars below what we budgeted. And that would help. And that's not just the city. That would be any employer, right? So, and then also what you do is you get money back in the individual's pocket. Well, that's $50 that could be put back in the economy through, or, retail, food service, and so you've got additional tax revenue coming in, and you got revenue coming to those businesses. And that's kind of our thought process behind that clinic. It's multifaceted.
Any other questions or comments?
All right. Thank you for your time. Appreciate that.
We need to just take a break. I have a motion to adjourn, or
Just take a break.
just take a break?
Yep.
Okay. This is your first time going through this exercise. First time of many times, I hope. All right?
Am I on? Yeah, thanks. Thank you, and welcome back from lunch. Sorry about us doing the shuffle there. We had a couple of meetings that were overbooked.
Well, that's
But
okay.
we're here now.
We're gonna be finished at 11 o'clock, and it didn't work, did it?
So from what I'm told, this is more of a presentation on our operations for the year, not really our capital, as we do have that a lot out there still on what we want to do with capital, but more on an operational standpoint, on what we expect Parks and Rec for the year. We're going to start with our facility improvements and upgrades. These are two of our biggest projects going on now that will expand our footprint greatly in the city. On the left, there's Michael Smith Park. That was taken a couple days ago. There's been some more concrete work done, but this is going to be a massive addition to the south side. It is a passive recreation, as we call it, where, it's not really, we're not paying staff to be there, or we don't really run programs out of there, but I expect it to be crazy busy. And we expect a few bugs and ticks that we'll have to work out. We're looking to, mainly I see a problem with parking. There's not really a lot of parking down there, and if it gets used as we think it will, it's something we'll have to look for in the future to look to. We hope to open this late May, early June, and then right next to it is some pictures of Jeannie Rogers, which we hope to open at the same time, which I'm calling an active recreation facility, which means that there's going to be lots of bustle in there with programming, staffing, special events. That top picture is the hallway of the Boyle County daycare. That part is complete and I believe is punched out. They are going to begin moving in there any day now. The other half of the facility is for Parks and Rec. They are currently putting the flooring in, which means we are in our final phases of construction also. And that bottom picture is a little wrap that we purchased to put around the fence, and it just screams to me that we're revitalizing an old shut-down school, and it's going to be reopened and reimagined as the Jeannie Rogers Community Center. We're going to talk more about that later in this presentation, but to go on further with our facilities, which facilities are a passion of mine. I think it's important to keep them up, keep them looking good, and to kind of go back on what we talked about earlier in Parks and Rec with Lee. I like to think of when you sell your house, your realtor talks about curb appeal. And curb appeal is a big thing on selling your house, and I think Parks and Rec is a city's curb appeal. It's first a lot of things they see when they come to town, and it is, it's quality of life. On the top there, you see the two new playgrounds at Cowan Park and Jackson Park. And what I titled this is current facilities. It's the little things that count. We do need to add some things here, mainly site amenities. You don't really see which site amenities are trash cans, benches, tables, shelters. So we're not really coming out of capital, but those are projects we want to see done in those parks. At Millennium Park, we really think the bathrooms and buildings need a facelift. They just need some love and care and somebody to work on them. It's been 20 years, just like a house. You've got to maintain it. So we're working with staff to improve those. Fresh coat of paint on Millennium Park, which there's a lot of wood out there. It's kind of dark, can't see, but that's a picture of one of the bathrooms with a solid stain paint job on it. And the next picture's of the bridge, which is not painted. So once we get to it through the summer here and the weather changes, we're gonna paint all wooden structures to match. Right now, I currently see 3 different colors of paint on all the wood. So we're gonna try to match it up, get them all looking the same. And then basically, we're starting a new approach to maintaining our facilities, which is creating a culture of ownership and pride in our maintenance staff. We've had quite a bit of turnover, But we do have some new hires in there that are working out really well. We're hoping to get our maintenance supervisor in there soon and really create a different culture out there that takes real pride in their work. Of course, we're going to be working with you guys, the city commission and the county magistrates on the master plan and development of our capital funds. So that's more things in the future. And of course, the constant upgrading of the Bunny Davis experience. We remodeled that a lot this year, but we have some work to do in the basement. Currently we're getting all the weight machine benches reupholstered. We got a company coming in to tweak and work on all our treadmills and things like that to make sure they're up and running right the way they should be. This being a report to you guys, I kind of consider this also my 6-month kind of review of what we got going on. I've been here for about 6 months now. And sitting down with Randy and Josh, talking about this year's budget and looking at last year's budget, we noticed some things that needed to be worked on in our maintenance and employment practices, and mainly talking about fiscal responsibility. We feel that there was maybe a little overstaffing in maintenance that we're going to try to eliminate. Overstaffing, we are going to monitor heavily overtime. Overtime was kind of doled out a little too generously when we had, first of all, if you're overstaffing, there shouldn't be overtime, so I don't know how that happened. But we're working on that. Right tool for the right job, that's an old saying my dad had, but when you got the right tools, you can get things done quicker, get them done efficient. We've currently, to sum that up, we would be sending 3 guys to mop the Ginny Rogers gym floor. Take them 2-3 hours to three man to do that. Well, we went and got a real floor scrubber, so now it takes 1 man and it takes in a half hour. Things like that. We purchased the proper field maintenance equipment, so now 1 person instead of 2 or 3 can take care of a baseball field. We purchased a pressure washer so they can keep those buildings looking good. These are all just little things that can save time, yet improve our facilities. We're currently doing a concession review. This includes pricing. This includes our vendors. We're working on seeing if there's better deals out there, maybe going more bulk. We're trying to find a one-in-all vendors, so we're not buying from sending somebody to Walmart to get things and still getting a vendor. We're trying to, to make that a all-in-one. But it also is a review of the concession equipment we're using to have better quality and better speed in our concession stand. The other thing we're going to do is enforce facility use agreements, which basically means our agreements with various leagues that rent our facilities, whether it be school, whether it be Cal Ripken, BISA, or even just rentals in general. We've kind of got a blanket policy now, so we can enforce that, and we should see that should help us out. I know Lee will appreciate that. And then we're looking at a fee review for all of our rentals, for all of our programs, for any of our facility use. So that's in regards to fiscal responsibility. Now we're going to go into our Parks and Recs programming, and the first slide we're going to do is current programming, improvements and reviews. I consider these the athletic programs, which is under Stephanie, spreading out and growing our program footprint. These are our, I call them one-offs or special events, or any program that's not involving a ball that we throw at each other. And then the last thing we're going to talk about is Ginny Rogers Community Center and our vision for that. In our athletic programs, we are going to continue to add new programs to meet the ever-growing population, what works and what we can do better, and identify underserved population. So new program ideas, of course, at Ginny Rogers, we are talking about the exploding esports business that's out. We plan on adding that, basically for daily use and maybe some leagues and some tournaments. We're hoping to offer a men's what's that?
What is that?
Esports is basically video games. Yeah, video games. Center College has an esports team. Boyle County, I believe, has, and Danville have esports teams. It's,
Old and.
you can actually get a college scholarship for playing video games now.
You're kidding.
No, you can't, it's true. Youth clinics in various sports, these would be partnering maybe with some schools to put on some various sport clinics. And recently we added indoor volleyball for youth, and we hope to add adult. At Millennium Park, we hope they're trying to do a men's soccer league. I'd like to expand our co-ed leagues, softball and volleyball, maybe add some flag football. And we'll talk a lot about pickleball and tennis. Those are kind of sports that are seeing a resurgence or resurgence in general. What works and what we can do better is we feel we need to train our staff a little better, which would include umpires, site supervisors, and it's all the little things that happens. And it's usually, we find out it's not the kids that we need to plan for, it's the parents we need to plan for and have ways of dealing with. So we want to do a better training for our umpires, referees, and our site supervisors.
I recommend the cattle prod. That's just me.
And I will be involved in that because that is a issue close to my heart that, you know, that I feel needs to be addressed. And then, of course, communication can always be better. And the communication can go to our, which I'm gonna call passive recreation programs here, which is our trails, disc golf, both disc golf and our trails community have their own apps and social media. I know that if you're from out of town, you can pull up Jackson Park Disc Golf Course, just like it's a real golf course, and you get your hole sizes and things like that. All Trails is a website or an app that people can use to find trails and see them outlined. And, you know, we just heard, we got an email, I believe, Melanie, didn't we, a little bit ago from a guy who loved our trails and found them on All Trails. But what I'm saying is we need to share our social media presence with them. So our social media, our websites need to show these specific trails and disc golf apps. So we're sharing with them and they're sharing with us, and we're communicating well, and we have all of our trails and disc golf on those sites. Flex League is a company out of Lexington that does leagues and tournaments all online. So we are working with them to do a pickleball league and a tennis league where you sign up online, you pay your fees to the Flex League, but then Flex Leagues turns around and pays us for each game rental of the facility, of the court, of what it is. But these leagues combine with other cities, so basically it's saying we can have our own Danville Pickleball League on Flex League, go through the season, have a league-ending tournament, and the top 4 of those tournament, now they can go play in Lexington, Louisville, and it kind of just goes on and on until you're in the national rankings and stuff like that. So this is a new program we're working with, and we're hoping it takes a lot of the work out of it for us, but we really, we receive the rental fees, so we do see revenue from it. Identifying the underserved population. We'd like to do a Facebook survey about possible program additions. This would be more of not like a where they can comment and add whatever they want on it. It would be basically we'd be throwing out, would you like to see these types of leagues? And they can vote yes, no, maybe on those leagues. Maybe get some information that way. But we would like to work on special needs programming for you know, therapeutic recreation, which we can include the pool in that. We'd like to do some kind of baseball program. Even talked about youth partnering with the bowling alley. And then, of course, working on more activities for seniors. In our regular programming, we're talking about spreading out and growing our program footprint. This includes our special events, reutilizing Jackson Park, and again, we'll talk about Jeannie Rogers on the next one. We are trying to expand our 4th of July celebration. This will be my first time in Danville for it. I hear that Millennium Park is the place to be for the 4th. We are currently talking with the Arts Commission about adding some events with them through there. We're also talking about Bluegrass Arts Center taking over a Paint the Park program on the 4th of July. And we're adding some youth programming such as a home run derby, things like that. We're hoping to get the brass band out there this 4th of July. Our fall festival was a big success last year. We'd like to expand that. And that's really with local businesses. I want to say we had about 14 local businesses out there. We would like to double, maybe triple that amount and get, 30, 40, 50 businesses out there. That's where we basically have a trail where the kids dress up in their Halloween costumes and the businesses give out candies and such. We would like to add a fishing derby. I know that was talked about at the beginning in my interviews, that we'd like to add a fishing derby out there, probably between the 4th and Fall Festival. We are talking about extending the pool hours to open. Once school starts, they've been closing the pool. We would like to try to keep it open for after school and weekends all the way through for a little longer. In my previous positions, we've had 3-on-3 basketball tournaments, which are big revenue generators. We would like to add them. We've expanded our weekend tournament schedule. I think we doubled it this year. We went from 16 to 30. Now, all those won't make, but every one that makes is good for the whole community. And we'd like to add a food truck Friday. Jackson Park, I've gotten familiar with the disc golf community. We'd like to work with them, schedule some more tournaments. And Peak Crest Field, we'd like to add programming there. And Jackson Park, I think, is a hidden gem of town. We'd like to add some special events out there. One of those, which we plan on doing, Josh and Melanie are working with me on these, is block parties throughout the good weather. These would be randomly in different neighborhoods like Indian Hills, Bluegrass Pike, some of the south side neighborhoods where we kind of just set up. These aren't revenue generating, these are just service and community events, where we set up music, we set up food, we bring down our portable pickleball and cornhole. We have a great relationship with bounce houses. Set them up in local neighborhoods for a Saturday. Maybe have a bike race, maybe have a 1 mile fun run. And in order to help pay for these things, we're hoping to get some local businesses to help sponsor them. And now for Jeannie Rogers, some of the plans we have for that. Jeannie Rogers is a big building. There's lots of rooms. I think Parks and Rec has a total of 9 classrooms plus the cafeteria and the gym. We understand we're a small staff and we are limited in what we know how to teach and what we know how to program. So what we have been doing over the last few months has been partnering with local community nonprofits. And we are basically offering them space to provide programming to the youth and adults for Danville and Ball County. The Art Council has taken over 2 rooms, which they will do arts and crafts. They have talked about woodworking. They've talked about glass blowing. So we've designated 2 rooms for them. They're going to be, they think they can operate out of them on a daily basis. Opening act is a youth theater group. They have a room. They're sharing a room with a nonprofit called Teach Peace. But opening act, they put on twice or 3 times a year, they put on a youth theater, what do you call it, a concert or whatever, but they're gonna work out of one room. Teach Piece works with youth through arts and crafts and sport and different events on teaching kids, basically teaching kids how to, I don't know their mission statement completely, but it's on social issues and about not bullying and getting along, things like that. Cradle School is a Danville school program that helps young parents navigate parenthood. So they said that they can program every day, every night. They could have used for a classroom. So they're taking one. Danville After School has expressed that they would like to run an after-school program out of there, and we're meeting with Center College about the esports. They would like to help us with that, and they would like to work with us on after-school programs. So basically, we've got 5 rooms designated for these groups, and then we will have 4 designated for Parks and Rec programming, which will be anything from just a game room to karate, art, aerobics, Zumba, things like that, which will be running out of the classrooms. But also Gina Rogers will be providing the community, businesses and organizations, an event space. Now, we do have a facility agreement that if you are a nonprofit, we don't charge really for rental space, but you know, if you're just having a birthday party or a wedding, what do you call those, shower, that you could rent the facility for a certain price. If a business wants to put on a special event, they would have to pay for rental space. But as we did, Center College did a mental health awareness program out there this weekend that we did not charge for because it was for the benefit of the community, and it was a nonprofit and they didn't charge. What we also want to do is extend our programming. We're going to extend day camp, where now we can only take about 60 kids. We hope now we'll be able to take 75 to 80 kids. Of course, we're going to have an open gym after school and on the weekends. We foresee the facility being open 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. on a daily basis. Josh, I, and my staff toured Lexington's community centers and got lots of good input from them. They basically are free to the public. Parents have to sign a waiver for their children, and everybody has to check in at the front desk. But after that, most use of the facility was a service to the community for free. Now, obviously, if we're putting on a dance class or an aerobic class, those things will be charged. If you're taking an art class there, they will probably be charged. But just daily use for after school and on weekends that you want to go shoot hoops with your kid, that won't be a charged fee. We're adding youth and adult sports leagues. The game room is what I'm excited about. We're going to have traditional games like ping pong, board games, maybe even foosball, but then again, we're also going to add we have a designated room for esports. And, you know, we're really looking for Center College and the schools to help us really establish that program. Promoting and staffing of Genie Rogers, we're looking, you know, obviously through social media and local print, but I plan on doing a lot of presentations to different organizations to get word out there that this is open and we need help. We have talked about we're going to need a full-time staff member to manage it. We're hoping that what we're going to do is pull we had 2 assistant maintenance supervisors at Millennium Park. We were hoping to pull one of those positions and make that full-time Genie Rogers manager. So we're not going to ask for a new employee. The only additional cost would be for your front desk person, which currently, whenever we're running something in Bunny Davis, we're paying for already. So we don't see a lot of cost in opening Ginny Rogers at all. We're thinking, you know, it'll probably be a staff of 4 people, but it's only one shift that we're looking to add to our costs. And the final thing to add to that is we learned from Lexington is they preach to us to be flexible, to be willing to pivot, which means some ideas will work, some won't. And you always have to be open to new ideas, and you have to be willing to move on from failures. And when I read this last night, I couldn't believe I was ending my presentation with the word failure. So if you have any questions, I'd rather end with that. That's all we got.
You've done all that in 6 months.
Yeah, that's,
Yes, and just how we're moving today. Today, Michael Smith Park is getting concrete added. Ginny Rogers flooring is going in. Bunny Davis Pool's being painted, and all the foul poles at Millennium Park are being painted. So that's all going on right now.
Right
Questions?
tool for the-
Yeah, questions? Well, I got the one question that I've been dying to ask.
Uh-oh.
We constantly hear about the lack of maintenance of ballparks in Millennium.
Correct. You want me to expand on that, what I see going on?
What's being done to,
What's been done? Well,
Yes.
you have a guy that's my passion, is taking care of baseball fields.
good,
I have gotten compliments over, and I hate to brag here, but we've gotten compliments on that they haven't looked this well in years. Just this weekend, we had a 50-team tournament scheduled for Saturday and Sunday. Well, you know, we got 3 inches of rain over the week. But I had my staff, and I have a whole different way of doing it. And I'm teaching the staff on how to take care of the fields
good.
personally. And so Friday, we were able to get 6 fields ready, and I was out there at 7 o'clock with the tournament director and saying how we're going to make this happen. It's going to happen. And then the hailstorm came. So we had to cancel Saturday, but I guaranteed him we would be ready for Sunday. So I spent, me and one of my staff members spent from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., worked those fields, and by Sunday morning, 8 o'clock, they were playing baseball on all 8 fields.
I heard a lot of compliments from people in the community that were eating out. You know, you saw them with their little outfits on, you know, uniforms, and family
Yeah.
that live here that were playing, and a lot of compliments for how it worked this weekend.
Wow, that's great, that's great. I mean.
Was that
you
a
have-
Parks and Rec
Yeah.
scheduled tournament, or was that outside?
No, that was one of our, we basically rent to a travel tournament. We have two gentlemen in town here that run those. So you were talking teams, I saw teams from Cincinnati, Lexington, Louisville, Elizabethtown, and then I want to say there was 50 teams scheduled. I don't know if they all showed up, but 50 teams, that's 12 kids on a team, that's 24 parents. That's roughly around 2,000 people coming to town.
wow.
It's not just baseball too. I mean, like the soccer field was returfed this year.
Yeah,
Which was desperately, and that was never
Yeah.
right to begin with.
Right.
no.
But, you know, it's not just baseball.
No, I
agree.
We're
I
trying
agree. Yeah.
to impact the environment. We, you know, to Tommy's credit, he and Josh ask questions, and so I appreciate their effort as a group.
I appreciate all of the information, and then, you know, the parks getting the playgrounds, and that's out. So there's so many moving parts. It seems like there's so much going on in the parks,
Yeah.
which is exciting to me, instead of it all just being quiet, nothing's ever
Right.
happening. So I think that things are moving in the
Well,
right
and
direction.
you're meeting with the quote-unquote local baseball organizers in our town. 'Cause
Absolutely.
That's the other thing I heard quite a bit from other group.
And I like the paint at Millennium, or the stain. It's gonna
We
look
need
nice.
it, needs it desperately.
And some of those benches were just sort of falling
Yeah.
apart.
Yeah, and I'm a big proponent of maintenance, and it needs to happen, and it needs to be instilled. And we've made a few grid hires out there, and of course, we've got a couple of guys out there that have been there for a while who are knowledgeable. Of course, they're retired, so I really needed to get them some strong, young bodies that could do the work. but had the mentality that take pride in their work. And we've got a few great new ones out there working, and it's showed recently. I mean, it's been, you haven't had one yet, or I haven't had one in a couple weeks about trash and bathrooms for a while. Kind of rate that. That's got to be the main focus. We have a schedule now. They have to check the bathrooms twice a day. They have to change, the first thing they have to do is change trash. I mean, we got to focus on those things first.
Yes.
Those fundamental things, those
Fundamental.
baseline things.
Yeah,
Just the simple common sense things.
that's right. That's right.
It's a big burden, but it's still,
Yeah, yeah.
and we have room to grow. You know, you got Jackson Park, there's field there, there's another field potential there. We've got to, somewhere down the road, get that thing built out. Like, there's significant opportunities here.
And already hearing about the pool is nice instead of waiting to see if we're really gonna open it in May. You know, it's
Right.
nice for me to hear that, hey, we're actually working on the pool.
It's good, yeah, it'll be ready. And hopefully, we'll meet with the magistrates soon and discuss our hopeful capital improvement plan, which hopefully it'll include redoing that pool.
Yeah, and thanks again, just all these different things happening, but you're sticking to the core of taking care of what we had.
That's right, that's
And
right.
that was something missing for a while, so thank you.
I agree.
Other questions, comments?
Just a
Well
lot.
done.
Thank you.
All right, well,
Thank
thank
you.
you,
Thank
thank
you.
you all.
Mr. Carrier. Say the best for last, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You get to say that all the
afternoon.
time, don't you?
I know you guys have been waiting on this all day, so I'll go ahead and jump right in here. Of course, you hear me mention a lot about goals and initiatives of utilities as a whole, municipal utilities for the city of Danville. So a few of these are listed here: supporting economic growth, which you all know that we actively participate in economic development conversations and look to help with planning strategic areas of need for the city and looking at ways to help facilitate some of those development conversations as they come forth. Regulatory compliance, obviously, we have water and sewer needs around the city, and there's a litany of regulatory requirements tied to that. Technology implementation, there's a lot of geospatial information that we've implemented into utilities in the past couple of years. That's going a long way to help us with a lot of our infrastructure mapping and a lot of our work order derivations. And then also we've, as Lee mentioned earlier, you know, we've partnered as far as a lot of our software is concerned. So a lot of that information goes hand in hand. It's a whole lot better. I know, at least for her, she's shaking her head yes, it's a lot better for her to help facilitate a lot of those conversations between finance and utilities, and it makes everything a little more transparent for everybody too. So everybody understands where we're coming from. Then, of course, you got capital and operational delivery. You know, that's a big chunk of what we do as well. We've always got something going on in the background. It may not be as out there in the public's eye as a lot of the other things that go on in the city, but it's certainly, it's a machine in the background that's always running, and we have to plan for that, and especially from a capital cost. This is just a brief breakdown of the funding summary for what we have already approved in the fiscal '24 budget. You got your operating revenue, that's your water and sewer services, the charges that come in every day to the water office. You got your non-operating revenue, that's like grants, that's interest, communication tower rentals, financing, and that type of information. Now, some of that, you know, we can supplement with KIA and SRF, and I'll touch on some of that information in a little while too. General operating expenses, that's just pretty much the day-to-day operations of the water plant and the wastewater plant, as well as our folks out in the field with sewer collections and water distribution. Debt service, essentially it speaks for itself, you know, debt service schedules that we have to maintain to pay back that debt. That's kind of a lingering thing with the city, with the utilities department as a whole. You're going to always have some type of debt service tied to that. And also capital improvements. Again, you know, we do a lot of water and sewer projects to improve capacity and water quality around the city, and a lot of that's tied to these capital improvements. We've got 2 sewer wholesale customers, Mercer County and Lincoln County, and then, of course, we got multiple water wholesale customers, Geary County, Houstonville, Lake Village, North Mercer, Parksville, and Stanford. And then soon to be coming online is going to be Springfield and McKinney, and then some additional information from Stanford too, so.
Where are we in Mercer County with the sewer? I'm just curious.
In the where, I'm sorry?
The sewer? Where do we?
Bergen.
Oh, are we Bergen?
Yeah,
Okay.
we supply treatment for Bergen.
Yeah.
Lake Village is the administrator for the Mercer County Sanitation District.
Gotcha.
So we receive sewer from Bergen via a pump station in Bergen that pumps into an interceptor line that's tied into the prison out there on Bergen Road also. And that all comes down into the Bergen Road pump station. They're close to, I guess, the Hunt Farm area down there, in that area, close to the end of Gwynn Island.
All that improves water quality on the lake, so picking up those customers that front or that have septic systems that entrain into the groundwater improves water quality at the lake.
He left our favorite customer off the list, didn't he?
Which one? Parable. They're part of our system. So they're not a wholesale customer.
Oh, so we own them. Okay, all right.
Yes.
I guess, how'd you leave Purple off?
Junction City as well. They're all part of our system.
All right.
I mentioned earlier about regulatory compliance. You've heard me talk a lot about lead and copper. There's money that's been coming out recently in KIA and State Revolving Fund that we've been able to tap into, and we've been good about getting ahead of the game on some of those funding availabilities, and some of those either are fully forgiven or at least 50% forgiven. So it's great to be in those conversations with KIA on a routine basis and try to get as much of that type of funding out there as we possibly can. CMOM, that's something that you've heard me talk about before. That's essentially what the CMOM is a capacity management and operations management platform that we have to facilitate with Division of Water and EPA. That's something that we have to have in process and ongoing. It's a living document for the city of Danville from a regulatory standpoint. So if at any point in time, EPA or Division of Water walks in the door and says, hey, let me see your CMOM manual, you have to have it ready. It has to be updated. When did you update it last? And so on and so forth. So sanitary sewer overflows, what are you doing towards capacity management, prioritizing maintenance and rehab, and that kind of stuff needs to be laid down. It's essentially like a playbook, for the lack of a better term. Another program that we're looking to implement in the near future, fats, oils, and grease. So it's called a FOG program. Doesn't make a lot of sense to a lot of people, but really what that boils down to is EPA and MPDES pretreatment program it's essentially for restaurants, right? So you've got your everybody likes to go out and eat, but all that waste material has to go into the sewer somehow. Well, how does it do that? It typically does that with grease traps, and who monitors and maintains those grease traps? When are they cleaned out on a routine basis? Are they overflowing? Are they functioning the way they should be? If they're not functioning the way they should be, a lot of that oils and grease ends up in the sewer system. Well, as soon as it does that, it essentially cools and coagulates, and it causes blockages in our system, which is a great concern for us, which impacts other customers, right? So we have to maintain a sound program to address that as well. So, and then, of course, we got the PFAS discussion. This is actually a national discussion, but what this boils down to are chemicals that's break down very slowly in the environment, and that's something that we have to take into account for. So how do we, as a utility, take that into account? It's either through our water or sewer systems, right? So we're generating water, and we're collecting said water in our sewer system after it's passed through society, right, and coming back into our hands. Well, in the forefront of that conversation is our source water, which in our case is Lake Harrington. So the question becomes, are there PFAS levels above satisfactory conditions currently in Lake Harrington? Well, we're going through a process to get that water tested in Lake Harrington. But what we've already done is tested our finished water, which is coming out of our water plant, and that is a zero sum for PFAS, which is very, very good. But not only that, PFAS likes to hang its hat from a regulatory standpoint on a lot of the things that we're already doing at the water plant. So you hear me mention a lot of times about the carbon reactivation process, right? Where we have 4 carbon silos and we remove that carbon and burn off the excess. Essentially what it pulls out of the water itself, it's removed and regenerated and brought back into our facility. So it's essentially acts as our filter system for the water. So from a PFAS concern and standpoint, from a regulatory standpoint, that's one of the best ways to do that in the current manufacturing process for water systems. We're actually ahead of the game in that. So that being said, it's paying off already. We're actually at a zero sum for PFAS, which a lot of water systems can't say that they are right now. If they were to test their water, if they were to test their water today, there would be PFAS in their water more than likely. So whether there's those chemicals in our source water or not, we're able to allocate and address that with our current water treatment system is the bottom line. So now, between there and the sewer process too, so again, we're collecting that sewer back from the public into the sewer system. Well, there's going to be likely PFAS in that sewer as it comes into the sewer system. And then we will be looking at ways to better address treatment of that on the backside of that. That way, when it gets returned into the natural water system, it meets the critical needs of the PFAS regulatory requirements. Does that make sense? It's a long way away, round way of saying we're doing what we're doing to manage the regulatory requirements. A couple of projects you guys are familiar with that we're wrapping up in fiscal '24, the water treatment plant phase 1 project, and we'll get you guys out there hopefully in the next month or two when the weather warms up a little bit and have some breaks in rain that we can better schedule that and get you guys out there to see the new facilities. It's really impressive. I know the guys that work out there really appreciate all the work that's been done, but this is state-of-the-art technology that we have out there right now with UV implementation. A lot of the chemical stuff that we're doing out there is really state-of-the-art, cutting-edge stuff. So it's actually really impressive for folks to come out and see it. But one thing, too, I want to touch on in this project that, on a project of this caliber, you get up in the range of a $14 million major project like this. It's not uncommon that you may see anywhere from a 5 or 10% overage on that project, right? So at the end of the day, you're 5 or 10% over budget, right? Well, with a lot of the hard work of the personnel that went into the plan development and the oversight of the project and budget management and so on and so forth, we're hovering around only like a 0.5 to 1% overage on that job, which is really good. So at the end of the day, and you've heard me come back to the commission at times, anytime we do change orders or whatever, we'll try to work into change orders to the point that we actually have a credit to the job. So it's starting to show itself at the end of the project. So, Perryville Road Phase 3 water line, this is ongoing right now. This is the work that's going through Perryville right now. 18,000 linear feet of 12-inch water main through Perryville. New hydrants, I think somewhere in the vicinity of 19 new hydrants with this project, 9 of which are downtown Perryville. So we're improving their fire protection as well as providing a redundant source of water to Perryville and through Perryville to the western end of the county, which is much needed along the 150 corridor. Projects that we're getting started in fiscal '24 that will likely straddle into fiscal '25. Clark's Run Phase 2 sewer line. This is 9,200 linear feet of large diameter trunk sewer. Looking at summer and fall of 2024. We've got, you heard me mention earlier about KIA and SRF availabilities. Well, this is a prime example of that. We've got KIA SRF money up to the tune of $5 million in fiscal '23, and then EDA grant of $1.99 million to supplement the whole budget for this project. So low interest loans, essentially of about a 0.5 to 2% low interest loans from the KIA side. So they make a lot of sense if you can get your paperwork in line and get those applications in. There's a lot of competition for these. So it's all about the timing of the funding availability and putting in good grants. Lead and copper compliance, again, Safe Drinking Water Act requirements of the late 80s. Summer 2024 KIA SRF, 1.24 million. Fiscal '23, another 214 in fiscal '24, and another, hopefully another 2.3 in fiscal '24 coming up to help facilitate that program. Spears Creek Sewer Pump Station improvements, this is a project that we've already let to construction that's currently ongoing right now. City ARPA money, $2.15 million, and a stag grant of $400,000 to go towards that project. Balls Branch Sewer North, this is the sewer project on Ghost Pike coming up. This will be a match with local money as well as bond money to the tune of $400,000. Junction City Imperial Sewer improvements, you heard me talk about those before. This is county ARPA project money, $2.8 million. System-wide improvements in general. So this is essentially a pooled list of projects that we brought together to where, we can actually implement those with ARPA or capital money, however we want to do that. And we'll be communicating with finance about the better plan of action of how to do that. Water lines at Stony Point, out there on Stony Point. St. Asaph water line across the end of old Harrisburg Road across the highway. A new water line to supplement needs at Shelby Green in Junction City. Battlefield Road, need a new water line out there. Fire hydrant replacements around town and around Perryville and Junction City. And then, of course, ongoing utility equipment needs for our whole department in general. So I've got a map here in just a second that kind of gives it a better understanding. These are future projects that are probably late fiscal '24 and '25 and beyond, somewhere in that range, just because of the time it takes to do these projects. There's a booster pump station on Highway 150 near the end of Airport Road to help supplement the needs for this particular project, the McKinney-Stanford Waterline Project. That's a cross-country project from Airport Road to 300 and beyond to supplement McKinney's needs because they are in need of some additional help on the capacity side to help supplement their water needs. Looking at bond money to do that. You've also heard me talk a little bit about the KIA Clean Water Grant money, the $959,000 that we've got approved. Looking at supplementing that with local funds to help address the needs along the Kentucky Highway 2168 water line. So there is no water or sewer along 2168 from Shakertown Road west to the 127 corridor. So this will help provide a new 12-inch water line along that corridor for future development as it progresses in conversations from an economic development standpoint too, and as well provide system redundancy for us as a system and provides a loop system in there and as well as hydraulic capacity for that whole side of town. And then some of your larger scale projects that come out, of course, these are funding to be determined. A large project, 20,000 linear feet of large diameter force main from the Spears Creek pump station that we're already rehabbing. Of course, that sewer runs via force main from there all the way over to another pump station in series before it gets to the wastewater plant. Well, that's over 20,000 feet away. So a lot of that existing large diameter force main is reaching the end of its useful life, lack of a better term. It's falling apart in some places. So that being said, we've got to think about ways to maybe break this into phases to help ease the burden on the city or on our finances. But in the grand scheme of things, you're looking at about a $7 million price tag. But maybe we break those into phases, and maybe a half or a third at a time, or whatever we need to do to break that out and just work over it over many different fiscal years. And then, of course, you've got the phase 2 wastewater treatment plant improvements, new oxidation ditches, clarifiers, electrical site improvements, so on and so forth. And this is important because it would increase our capacity from existing 6 million to 9 million gallons a day. So you've heard me discuss before about how that plays into economic development. Lots of times you have a major job provider that's wanting to relocate, whether it's a factory or some type of refinery or whatever, wanting to relocate into the area. One of the first questions is, what is your water capability and what are your water capacities and what is your sewer capacity? Because we have X amount of millions of gallons of water coming into your system. Can you handle it? And if either of those answers is no, it becomes really hard to attract those businesses, right? So we want to think about ways to improve that in the future and make us more attractive from an economic development standpoint. So all in all, I just kind of put a little box down here, funding summary fiscal year 23, 24. These are outside of local funds and bonds, but this is what we've been successful in securing with either KIA, SRF, state and federal grants, EDA grants, so on and so forth. We're in the ballpark of approximately $10 million that we've been able to successfully allocate and secure for the city. And this is a map that I added. It kind of gives you an understanding of, you know, we want to make sure that the customer and the folks watching at home gets a good understanding that we're not just focused on, I think Earl kind of mentioned earlier about, we're not just focused on Danville, right? So if you look at it, if you back up at the 30,000 foot level and look at it from a map standpoint, this really does a good job to kind of help the viewer understand that, you know, we've got stuff going on all over the county. We've got it going on in Danville, in Junction City, north of town on the bypass. We've got stuff going on in Perryville. You know, we've got, as I mentioned, the colors kind of represent, you know, the blue boxes are water projects that are currently in the hopper to be completed in the next fiscal year. And then the green boxes are those projects that are currently either let to construction, sewer projects that are let to construction, or in the process of being advertised for construction that we already have funding for. So up there at the top, you see Spears Creek Pump Station. That's the pump station I talked about earlier. There's the Spears Creek Force Main that we don't have funding for yet necessarily, but that's shown in the white box with red lettering to denote that it hasn't been determined yet on the funding side. Got your Clark's Run Phase 2 sewer that we're planning to let in this fall and winter. You got your wastewater treatment plant Phase 2 to be determined, as I mentioned earlier, the Balls Branch sewer down here. That's the sewer project on Ghost Pike. Here's some of your water projects: Silbury Green water lines, Battlefield Road, St. Asaph up here, Stony Point here. And then, of course, you got your Junction City and Perryville sewer improvements with the county ARPA money. That's Perryville and Junction City both, as well as just numerous fire hydrant needs that we have around the city of Danville and Junction and Perryville that we're going to be using some of our funds to address those needs as well.
The easiest thing to do, I always like to do this, on the fire hydrants, you know, the fire hydrant range is, unless the valve that connects the fire hydrant works terrifically, you're going to spend somewhere between $5,000 and $7,500 and $7,500 per fire hydrant. We got 1,300. So if you look at just the sheer cost if you're addressing every fire hydrant, you're looking at $9.8 million, right? So like, folks, it is really important. Let's say this, not everyone in our system understands the scale of the utility. And I say it like that. That is not to diminish folks. It's just not easy to raise awareness to the level where folks really get their head around it. The assets tied to the municipal-owned utility are not tied to the general fund. That is a separate thing. You all understand it, but I'm just repeating it. Right. And because there is a lot of that lack of just awareness. This is an enterprise, and it is a big enterprise now. 25 years ago, it was significantly different.
Well, and to Earl's point too, you know, you got things like Flint, Michigan that have popped up over the years. You've got, you know, Camp Lejeune discussions that have been going on in the background. Well, that raises regulatory awareness also, right? So you've got a lot of progress and development from a regulatory standpoint that you have to allocate on our side as well and prepare for, because like lead and copper and PFAS, a lot of that information is derived from, you know, those impacts on a national scale. Well, it trickles down and affects us on a local scale too, but we're beholden to national regulatory requirements, and there's costs involved with that, right? There's oversight involved with that we have to maintain and look to the future of how we're going to facilitate those. This is just a quick breakdown, organizational chart of really where we are today versus where we could possibly be in the future. You got your utility admin positions here, utility billing manager, utility billing specialist, and 2 utility clerk positions, one of which is vacant right now. So, up here at the water desk, when you see only Gracie up here working, really in an ideal, perfect setting, we would have somebody else up there to help facilitate that. And we've reached out to finance and on a interim basis, and Lee has an employee, Aaron, that's been really great to help supplement those needs for us. But now, is that the end-all, be-all at the end of the day? We don't know that. In the future, we need to more than likely fill this position in the new fiscal year coming up. It's out there and available. It's just 2 things. It's really 2 things. One, looking at maybe, and I've talked with Randy about this, maybe looking at increasing the salary to do that job. It's a challenging role, right? It's a role where, you're in daily conversations with customers, some of which are, there for just general questions about their account, and some of which are they're concerned about the status of their account, right? And they have a lot of questions and concerns, and there's different ways of vetting those conversations. It can be a very stressful job. A lot of times it can be very stressful. So, we all see that and we appreciate that. And that being said, it's also hard to fill those types of positions. Where in other positions in the city that may not really exist, that one-on-one interface with the customer, which that's the nature of the position, we understand that. But it's, over the years, it becomes increasingly limited in those conversations, lack of a better term, to have with those customers because, not everybody's happy about what's going on with their water bill or their sewer bill, and we try to do our best that we can to communicate with them, about the realities of what's going on, and it can be challenging at times. But, we appreciate those customers coming in to have those conversations, but it can be, very taxing on the frontline employees. We also, in utility admin, we got the electrician, special projects administrator. This is somebody that essentially fulfills a role not only in the city of Danville, but also in Perryville as well for oversight of the wastewater treatment plant in Perryville, which we own and operate. Utilities inspector Caleb Lowry, he's doing a great job. He's out there on the front lines as well. He's actually in Perryville right now today, overseeing the delivery of the Phase 3 water line project. We've got SCADA administrator James McClure is doing a great job as far as delivering the SCADA interface, which is just a computer interface that's able to see all of our towers and some of our special pressure control valves and our system as a whole from a water standpoint. So if the tower drops, on Cox Street in Perryville, all of a sudden it sends off bells and whistles at the water plant to say, hey, there's something going on, even though there's not a man standing there at the bottom of that tank. The computer's telling you that water level's dropping, you've got a leak somewhere, you have a major main break, something's going on, let's get out there and get it fixed. So it saves you a lot of time and money in that respect too. Of course, we've got a utility specialist, Evie. He's doing a great job for us. He's kind of a Swiss Army knife when it comes to both water and sewer. He does really good work for it, and he actually works over the weekends also for us. So it's great to know that we got somebody like that in a position over the weekends and then some of the evenings late in the week that can help facilitate some of the needs for the city. Now, if we have a need to bring more people in, we can, but it's a first point of contact for us. Of course, you got your water distribution, water treatment, sanitary sewer treatment, sanitary sewer collection and rehab superintendents. Then under them, each of those have an assistant, and then under those are their additional employees. And this next slide is just a breakdown of the same slide, but with a few more additions. So looking at possibly, and we've talked with Randy about this too, looking at possibly adding, we've talked about this for a couple fiscal years now, about adding an employee to water distribution and adding an employee for sewer collection and rehab. Maybe something here with sewer treatment, we're not really sure yet, but adding something for sewer collection and rehab, it's again, and I keep trying to communicate this to a lot of folks around the public, but Danville is growing at such a pace, and it's getting to a size and either economic development or whatever that driver may be, that you're constantly running on the brink of trying to facilitate technology to help supplement lack of personnel. Does that make sense? So you're always running on that thin line of, do we have enough personnel? Well, we can do this, this, and this with ArcGIS, or this, and this with new billing software. But you're always running that thin red line of, you just don't have enough employees. Well, when it comes to having employees to actually go out in the field and turn a crank or dig up a line or fix a overflowing manhole or whatever, computers can't do that for you. So at the end of the day, you got to have people, men or women, that can actually go out there and do that kind of work. And there's always going to be a need for that, no matter what the situation, no matter how big you are, no matter how many employees you've got, you're always going to have a need for that. And then some of the functions, I just wanted to kind of drill into what they do on a daily basis and what they're responsible for. Water and wastewater treatment, source water protection, serving service connection. I'm sorry, I can't read that in my own writing or typing. Meter reading, maintenance, pump stations, sanitary sewer overflows and prevention, and I&I, addressing issues where we have rainwater actually gets into the gravity sewer system and creates overflow issues. We got to go out there and address those and figure out ways to supplement that. Front lines with the public. So, it's not uncommon that we have guys go out into the field to fix something, whether it's a water main break or address a customer's need for a meter or sewer needs, and they're face-to-face with the public out there. So it's important that they maintain a professional demeanor about it, but also be confident in the fact that, we can be confident as a city that we've got the right people out there to do that kind of work, right? So that's important too. And then something else that we've...
Marshall, let me interrupt you real quick.
Go
I
ahead.
just made something I want to point out. I've done this 100 times myself, is I put that regulatory compliance line up there. When you look at those functions over on the right, there are 7 layers of permits on the right over there, or sources of where we're required to comply. 7 different styles of permits or compliance divisions over there on the right. I never emphasized it like that, but if you think about it, that helps you understand the complexity of that line that just says regulatory compliance, water, sewer. Well, that's literally a challenge. Not even counting your individual permits for so the Perryville wastewater plant, for example, has got in a single permit that has an entire sundry of regulatory compliance issues that are linked to it. Reporting, data collection, just so that's a thick layer there. And I have been bad myself with just throwing that regulatory compliance word up there without definition. Go ahead, Marshall. Sorry about that.
That's fine. And then kind of to what Earl was alluding to earlier today, but also what he's talking about too is, regulatory requirements are so stringent nowadays, and there's more and more coming online all the time, right? And then, so it's essentially its own department almost. You really need somebody that's able to facilitate a conversation overall, whether it's water or sewer or both, that you can allow your folks to go out in the field and do their job while you have somebody providing some type of oversight for the delivery of the regulatory requirements within the sewer and water systems for a utility. Does that make sense? And right now, we've got folks, we've got personnel to help facilitate that, and the rest of that falls under me as a director, and that's perfectly okay. It's just, there's a lot of stuff that I also need to be doing from an administrative standpoint. I need to be looking at personnel needs. I need to be looking at administrative oversight, budget needs for a project.
Right.
I mentioned cost savings on the wastewater plant. Well, that's because it takes a lot of time and devotion to that project to monitor the budget and look at ways to save money and, grant pursuits. We've been successful recently, but there's always money to be had out there. It's a matter of, can you devote the time and the energy and the manpower to go out there and get those available funds? Looking at rate studies, for example, on the water and sewer side, I need to be focused on that type of stuff as well. Looking at public interaction, you know, working with Melanie and working with the public and helping them understand what in the world it is we do on a daily basis. And what in the world do we have planned for the next 5 to 10 years in the city of Danville? And why does your rate look like it does? And, you know, what is a capital project? What in the world, what does that even mean to me as a customer? Well, a lot of that can be facilitated, you know, above and beyond a sheet of paper that you can hand to a customer. Maybe maybe it's me meeting with leadership in the county and leadership in the city on the side to talk about, you know, economic endeavors. You know, meeting with business owners when they come into town, you know, hey, what are your utilities look like? How do you all operate? You know, what does that mean to me as a potential customer? Well, come on in, let's sit down and talk about it. We'll give you a breakdown of what we do on a daily basis and what our capacity is. And be able to facilitate those communication efforts either on the customer side or on the just the general public side outside of our customer base, to help everybody understand a little more clearly of what it is we do as a municipal utility. Does that make sense? So, but I say that because, you know, there's an aspect to that is just, it's really time-driven, that it's easy to get lost in the weed, or bogged down in the weeds of the day-to-days that I feel perfectly confident that people that we either have employed right now or in a different role could easily facilitate a lot of that stuff. Does that make sense? And you know, we've got Class 3, Class 4 operators. We've got people that are certified in X, Y, and Z. I mean, we've got people that are able to facilitate a lot of that conversation. It's just a matter of putting it under one umbrella. And then when you do that, your regulatory agencies, your Division of Waters and the EPAs of the world will like that a lot better, as opposed to breaking that out necessarily one side of the coin or the other. You know, you've got one point of contact for all of your regulatory items that's essentially supported by one or two people primarily, whether it's the utilities director or somebody underneath there as a designated position. And then also that same person can still provide sewer and water support out in the field, more than likely. That's not their only role necessarily, but it is a primary aspect of their role. And then help with project delivery. So like, for example, if Caleb, our utilities inspector, has to be out sick or for whatever reason can't be there on site right now in Perryville, well, then we need to have somebody there to represent the city of Danville because that's our project, right? Well, then you've got to either pull somebody from the water side of things, or I'm out there, or somebody from the water treatment plant may be out there, and vice versa. And this person can help supplement that as well and provide coordination in the field. Does that make sense also?
Marshall, going back to that slide real quick, and I would ask you to kind of continue, and I know you and I have talked about it, but I want to talk about it with the commission to make sure they hear it too. I see the utilities organizational structure needing a little bit of support for you, frankly. And I don't know if it's an assistant role or what it is, but when you look at it like that, it's, you know, I understand that the utility clerk's utility billing is under a utility billing manager. I can simplify that side. But there's a lot of complexity over on the right, and there is a shortfall of labor in administering those various functions in that slide that you can pick up on.
Yeah. And again, you know, I feel like, you know, there's a lot of administrative things out there that I feel like I can do a better job at addressing moving forward, whether it's grant pursuits, you know, whether it's personnel needs. You know, we've always got personnel needs, and it's hard to address those when you're trying to address A, B, C, and D, and everything is a hot topic at the time. And I really feel like that something like that would better leverage some of the expertise that we have within the utilities department. So just something to think about. And this is my last slide, I promise. So these are just some key initiatives. Fiscal 24 that we completed, monthly, quarterly budget assessments, developing city ARPA projects, OSHA evaluations. We worked really close with HR to develop this OSHA policy. It's still in progress, but what we did was invite OSHA to come in and actually go through our facilities, which you all are probably fully aware of, but we had, for the public's concern, we had OSHA come in and look at some of the things that we need to do to be in better compliance with OSHA needs across the city, especially in utilities. And we also have folks that work out in the field too, so it's a primary concern for me as a utilities director, but also for those employees. So we need to better adhere to OSHA needs across the city as well. Valve exercising program, geospatial mapping, you've heard me talk about that. Bill delinquency system, the cutoff list that we've created, and it's a living document that our guys can take out in the field right now and be more proactive and communicative as far as feedback to those folks that come in and pay their bill instead of getting cut off if they've already paid their bill. Fiscal 25 initiatives, enhancing the safety program, of course. Got some tank painting that needs to go on. That's just a maintenance need for some of our water tanks. You have to go through that process of cleaning and painting every 4 to 5 years. Continue lagoon cleanouts, critical personnel needs, work order tracking, SCADA for the pump stations. That's one that I'd like to touch on just for a second. So hopefully it'll make sense to you. So you heard me mention a SCADA system, a computer system that sits at the water plant right now. If you go in there right now, and some of you may have been through the water plant before. If you haven't, we certainly would like to have you come by, but it looks like a NASA space station inside when you walk in. You've got multiple monitors, everything's showing different colors and blinking lights and bells going off, and certain personnel are watching certain monitors and others are watching other monitors. Well, that's to facilitate water delivery in the system in the county and as well as Perryville and Junction City and Danville and our whole facility, right? Well, now that we have the wastewater treatment plant coming online, we'd like to have that also for all of our, not only the wastewater treatment plant and the chemicals that go in, the UV light that treats the water, but also our multiple 12 or 13 pump stations that we have around our facility, around the county and around the cities as well. So that same methodology of monitoring water levels in a water tank out here on Tower Hill behind Chick-fil-A is the same mentality and approach to monitoring sewer levels inside of a pump station, for example. So if we have a failure of pumps, that pump station will overflow, and then the bells and whistles will go off, and our personnel can go out there and address it. As opposed to right now, we have guys that have to go out there every single day and read readings on pumps, multiple pumps at multiple pump stations. So we're taking 4 to 5 hours a day of personnel time every day to go out and do something that we can automate. And those guys don't have to be out there. So instead of being out there, they can be out here fixing, overflowing manholes somewhere or addressing customer needs in all these various places as opposed to having to just go around and check the box to different pump stations. Does that make sense? And all that can be facilitated into the wastewater plant just like it is the water plant. And then once we do that, the next phase of that will be able to cross-reference both of those so that you've actually got guys at the water plant that can see the SCADA at the wastewater plant, and you got guys at the wastewater plant that can see the SCADA at the water plant. So in case something were to go wrong either way, now you have extra sets of eyes from both facilities that are trained to look for that kind of stuff, that are trained in that technology to say, oh, that's a big deal. And I need to call over there and make sure you guys see this because I see what I see and I'm going to reach out to you. Does that make sense? So it kind of ties back into that whole communication and technology aspect that I keep driving home all the time because a lot of the information's out there. It's just a matter of can we leverage it. And if you got the right people, like we got a really sound SCADA technician right now that can, he's a whiz at that kind of stuff, right? Whiz at Excel sheets. Well, we can leverage him to do that. You got that kind of expertise in-house where normally you'd have to get a consultant to come in and do that, where you're saving money, time, and you're building on your own expertise with your personnel, right? So that's kind of the utilities in a nutshell that's a lot of info in a short amount of time, but. And that was the last one of the day, so.
Well, you did good. Questions, comments for?
How much would the SCADA system cost for for the sewer system?
Well, we actually built that into the wastewater treatment plant upgrades.
Oh, okay.
So we got it. So-
Except for the
Except for the-
pump stations.
except for the
which
pump
that's-
stations.
At the pump.
That's just part of what he does operationally. So
Yeah.
that's not necessarily a massive capital project.
No.
That's something that we're trying to implement and try to make those connections. So as we've upgraded pump stations over time, we've added elements to those pump stations to enable, now that the plant is done, to enable those connections.
Yeah.
Right? So now we just got to make them.
So now you have remote sites, those pump stations all around the county and around the cities, right? Well, you can put in it's a quasi form of a cellular modem that sits out there, and it sends a cell phone feed up to the satellites and feeds back down to the wastewater plant, right? It's a cheap and easy way to do that. It does the same thing. It's just a couple $1,000s for a pump station. But the beauty of it all is now you're getting all those real-time communications from your entire system into one spot, as opposed to having to send personnel out to go do the same thing that computer can do. It's sitting right there, you know.
Yeah, part of
For-
that's
for a
the-
nominal fee.
Part of that's reporting that you've been there, that you're monitoring your stations. Well, if you can automate that, you're checking that box, you're actually doing it, but then you're not investing in the personnel side. You're freeing that personnel up somewhere else. Jenny, I think you have to go.
Oh,
Yeah.
Do we have any more questions? I want to make
Do
sure
you
you
have
get your,
I don't have any more questions.
I had one, do you have any?
Go
I'm
ahead.
just sorry. I just want to say on the structure, you look at all of
Thanks
the
for hanging in there with us.
the people that are in utilities, and the numbers really haven't changed since back in the day. And I know the systems are bigger, and you've got a lot of people that probably can retire in those departments too. So you've got to watch out for that somehow, I would think. I would thank them for what they do, because it's a small staff. If you really look at the sewer system and look at the people that are in the field, there's 5 or 6 maybe? And this is a big system, so. And the only other thing I had was, you had mentioned on fire hydrants, like, we have 1,300 in Danville, right?
no, system.
that's
System-wide.
system-wide.
So all of the ones in Danville, how many, are there any that are not working, or? I know last year you had talked about maybe doing some repairs to fire hydrants.
Yeah, there are some. We've replaced some, but there are some that are, okay, so they go down by capacity provision, right, and pressure provisions, right? So that's the different variations of colors of your fire hydrants. Some of which may have been ran over by a farmer with a bush hog or something like that. I know it sounds crazy, but, a car wreck could impact a hydrant, stuff like that. There's plenty of hydrants around that we need to look at from a overall provision of fire capacity, that, yes, there are some around town that we need to replace, period. There are some that can be rehabbed. You could rebuild the top end out of some of those and be good. The pressure's there in the line. It's just the hydrant may have been damaged recently or something like that. But you're always going to have that over time. You've got some hydrants that are newer than others, and you got aging hydrants that are just need to be replaced, period.
You had mentioned it last year, so just for the safety, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I know it was on your list last year, so.
Yeah, and it's a continuous need. That'll always be on the list, so.
Drinking from a fire hose today, no pun intended, but I hope today demonstrates the need to get good people in good spots. I think the slides were assembled by Melanie, for example. So it's a team. You have to have good teammates. You have to have the right parts in the right spot. Donna, you're right. The utility, probably, we have been over dependent on just the one person to catch everything, and that's not just with the utility director, that's with all those positions down that chain. And so we're going to have to grow the utility a little bit or at least continue to refine how it's structured. We're going to have to do that. I hope you take away today that you do have quality people in good spots that are working hard. and that it's a team. There's a lot of folks. We appreciate every single employee, as a community, not, when I say we, it's not just one or two of us saying we. It's, as a community, we have a good system here that is highly functional, that does amazing things, that operates at a higher level than most communities our size. And I hope that is the takeaway from your observations today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of good work going on, but there's still a lot of good work yet to be done.
Yes,
It's
absolutely.
moving, so it's constantly moving, so,
Yeah.
wow.
So we're doing capital next time, just,
Next is our draft operations budget.
oh, okay.
And compensation.
Hopefully, I'm meeting with
Should-
Randy in the morning.
should
Hopefully,
be-
we can get the compensation in front of you.
Okay.
So capital will be, have
After
a
that.
meeting after that.
And I guess I want to say to the commission, as we go through this process, we'll eventually get to see different personnel recommendations, different capital construction recommendations, and all kinds of recommendations for things that need to be done, especially like Parks and Rec had a nice little list. But I want to challenge the commissioners to start thinking about what are some of the line item things that we might want to add to the budget that we'd like to see get done 24, 25.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you know them, send them on over so we can start planning for the dollars.
So you can go out and raise some money, right? Oh, yeah. Well, I think we need to do that, and they might already be included by the time we get finished.
Yeah.
Hopefully, maybe we'll have another, I don't know if we need another parks meeting, but I thought we were gonna have
We
one
do.
prior to the Capitol so that we sort of know.
Donna
what's
read
in
my
our
mind.
minds.
Yeah, we do, we owe you a memo communicating what we heard at that last Parks meeting. And then we want to get that ratified and get a little bit of direction from both the county and the city on that. So just FYI, that we do have to come back and do that.
That would be interesting. Yeah. Other questions or comments?
Yes.
Is there a motion to be made at this time?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Thank you all. All those in favor? Aye.